Canadians' opinions of Greece following the Greek Prime Minister's visit to Canada earlier this year. So without further ado.
I hope you don't mind. I am not going to use the podium so that we can be a little more dramatic. The good news is that it is 2 o'clock. I will be very short and snappy. I'm going to share with you the latest data. And you know, the thing is that we always talk about the Greek brand. We talk about the Greek reputation, Greece as a place to invest. And it's been on the radar much more in the last number of years. But I think it's always important to put some numbers on actually what has been achieved, and also to put some data behind opportunities that exist for Greece. And what I'm going to do today is do a very quick walk through the perceptions of the Greek brand that we've been tracking in Canada over the last decade. This is separate from another study that we do in the United States. But you know, the thing is that, you know, what's interesting is that when we look at the things that are most likely to drive the Greek brand. And you know, many times when we do these types of studies, everybody says everything is important. You know, that Greece is a NATO ally is important, that it's an interesting place of history, that it's a net place of natural beauty, the products. But when we run a statistical analysis on the things that are most likely to drive statistically the Greek reputation and brand, at the very top of the list you can see vertically, the more vertical an element is, the more likely it is to have a statistical relationship. So, Greeks as a welcoming people, Greece as a safe place to visit, having a vacation in Greece, those things are the most likely to drive a Greek brand. And if I might say, we have to think of those attributes as gateways. Gateways to discussion to diversify the reputation of Greece as a NATO ally and as a place to invest. A gateway that is really anchor elements that are actually quite positive that Canadians have in terms of the Greek brand and what they think of Greece, so that we can engage in the discussion on those other things in order to kind of diversify the reputation and brand to make it even stronger. But actually what's quite striking is that, you know, when we look at the trend line, at least over the last decade, you can see at least, you know, for the proportion of Canadians that would score the reputation or their favorability positive score, the favorable score of 8, 9, or 10 out of 10 has actually hit a new high in terms of the trending. The other thing that's quite striking is you can see the change over the last decade in the favorability score. And you can, you know, back in 2013, people were 3 times more likely to have an unfavorable rather than a favorable impression of Greece. And that, for all intents and purposes, has turned itself on its head. Now Canadians are 5 times more likely to have a favorable rather than an unfavorable impression of Greece as a country. That said, still about 1 out of every 5 are unsure. And these would be, if this was a political campaign, these would be the persuadables, the people that we want to engage, the people that we want to tell our story, the narrative related to Greece, in order for them to have a better understanding of the Greek brand. And you know, even when you think of things like perceptions related to safety, and actually this is quite critical when it comes to tourism, right? And you can see a significant improvement over the last decade on this particular measure. And you know, the improvement has basically cut across all demographics and regions in the country. Now this is our, you know, if I was to put down a marker on where we have to work, and this is where the work of the Delphi Forum is actually quite critical. If I was to pick one thing that we really have to try to focus on, it is the whole concept of investment and connecting that to Greece. 1/3 of Canadians have no opinion on this, and you can see the proportion that have a favorable score is quite low. And I think this is why I talked about things as gateway discussion points, but to use them as kind of ways to start a discussion on things like Greece as a NATO ally and Greece as a great place to invest. The good news is that, you know, and I see Ambassador Dimakis is here, the good news is that it seems like every single year there's another great story about the economic relationship between Canada and Greece in terms of, investments that Canadian companies are making in Greece, and also investments that Greek companies are making in Canada. That said, you know, the proportion of Canadians that kind of look at Greece as a NATO ally, when we look at the favorable versus unfavorable, you know, it's quite a significant delta in a positive sense. But, you know, I would say that rounding out this discussion, especially in a world where there's uncertainty in the Middle East, in a world where there's uncertainty between Russia and Ukraine and between China and the United States, building that narrative that Greece is not only, you know, an emerging economic partner, not only is a place of beauty, a place for you to have a vacation, but to really put some meat on the bones in terms of Greece as a NATO ally, I think is a significant opportunity that's out there. And, you know, not a big surprise, Greek food products. You know, the good news is that almost everybody, 19 of 20 Canadians have an opinion on this, and you can see that the positivity related to food products from Greece is actually, you know, exceptionally strong and more positive by a factor of 10 to 1, right? So, you know, so you have to think of this as another kind of gateway kind of narrative related to the Greek brand. And, you know, I did promise to be snappy, and the good news is that this is my last slide. I think one of the things that I want to put on the table, you know, we recently had a visit by Prime Minister Mitsotakis, and, you know, I don't think we can underestimate the importance of diplomacy, the work that the embassy and the consulate do in Canada in terms of advancing the binational relationship. I don't think we can underestimate the importance and opportunity of the Prime Minister coming to visit Canada and to talk about Greece and to talk about the binational partnership and to talk about all the opportunities that are out there. You know, so, you know, maybe the call to action is that, you know, we've had a good year in terms of the favorability score. Things are trending in the right direction, but it's still a significant work in progress. We have to take the discussions that are happening today in the hallways. It's kind of like all these big meetings. A lot of the important chatter actually happens not on the stage, but it actually happens in the hallways between people talking about investing in Greece and the binational relationship. So we have to take those conversations and we have to keep that momentum going. And with that, that's it. I think I was just the entertainment for 15 minutes as we get back to the substance. So thank you very much. Bye-bye. Great entertainment.
Thank you. Ministers, Your Excellency, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are here now at a panel that we've heard about a lot of things. This particular panel is the one that is close to our heart because it's about our diaspora. And we have a very strong panel that combines government, NGOs, and business. I would like to call the members of the panel, Ms. Mayra Mirogianni, Secretary General for Greeks Abroad. I think she just stepped out for a minute. Ms. Mayra Mirogianni, please. Mr. Athanasios Balerbas, Secretary General of Interior and Organization, Ministry of Interior, Hellenic Republic. Mr. John Sotos, Co-President, the Hellenic Initiative, Canada. Mr. Andy Zemenidis, Executive Director, Hellenic-American Leadership Council. And Ms. Aphrodite Xidi, Executive Director, Deon Policy Institute. we are, what we're going to do is, taking into consideration the issues that concern the diaspora, we're going to start by exploring those issues, and then we will see what the motherland is thinking about those issues, what they have been doing so far, and what they plan to do.
You're sharing microphones, too.
I would like to start, actually, with someone from the Greek diaspora, Mr. John Sotos, to tell us about, first of all, the issues that concern the diaspora today.
Great. Thank you, Konstantin. Basically, as far as I'm aware, the diaspora has two broadly defined issues. One is probably the easier to deal with, and that is addressing the problems that the diaspora is facing whenever it needs to interact with the Greek state for a whole host of reasons, be it getting passports, be it relocating in Greece if they want to live and work there, or invest in Greece, and those types of issues. And the problem is that there are huge delays and there's huge inefficiency in terms of accessing whatever is required in order to interact with the Greek state. And so I'd like to start there. What basically is the Greek state doing, if thinking of doing anything, to staff the consulates better so that they can deliver proper services to the diaspora community? And secondly, what, if anything, is it doing to digitize the delivery of those services so that they can be much more efficient? Canada is a very huge country, and the consulate in Toronto, for example, serves an area that's probably 10 times the size of the Greek mainland. People can't travel, and air travel actually isn't even easily available from a lot of these places. So we need to be able to obtain those services a hell of a lot more efficiently than we do now.
So one point that we have to discuss is services. Okay,
yes,
services towards the diaspora by the Greek state.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Zemenidis, you're a member of the diaspora as well.
I'll withhold judgment on that label for now. And on services, I actually want to point out these two Secretary Generals especially, and you know, this government has done a lot on the service front. Now, it has to be institutionalized, but I'll tell you, I don't think there has ever been an effort like we've seen. We know, and even though there has to be a lot more infrastructure behind it, we know, and I especially Secretary General Balervas, the citizenship process, I mean, we're hitting record numbers. The fact, and the Secretary General yesterday, they did the plan, the strategic plan for the diaspora. I have some thoughts on the specific, but the fact that the effort is happening, again, this is an unprecedented. But where I want to go is I think there is a deeper issue, a more fundamental issue of who are we? Because if we just do services, that's easy. You're going to get people who may want a Greek passport because they want to leave the United States now, or there's another pandemic. And frankly, this question, I've only seen it, and I give credit to Alexis and Tom and Simeon, Kathimerini and Delphi's Hellas and the diaspora. I have not seen yet that philosophical attempt to say who we are and what model. That the first session was when they invited the former Philhellenic congressman and now CEO of the American Jewish Committee in Greece, what was it, 2 Decembers ago, to discuss how do we, not only for political reasons, but how do we as a diaspora promote AJC's motto is global Jewish diplomacy. How do we do that? We've done sessions last year at Delphi. I'm sure we're going to do with the Secretary General at Delphi in DC. But who are we? Because for decades, everybody comes in here and talks about the diaspora as if there's one diaspora. I would argue that there's at least 5 in the United States. And if we are here as global Hellenism, and if the Greek state is going to come out with a single policy, we're going to be Italians. Lou may not care because he comes from a state run by the Italians, but the Italians were very strong in the United States. The connection between the Italian Americans and Italy, you should study that because that's not where Greece wants to be with its diaspora, but that is the direction we're headed right now.
Ms. Kridi, you run an organization that consists of children of the brain drain, of the Greek diaspora, of Greeks, Americans, and so forth, and you have been dealing with issues that concern, in general, the rapport with the motherland, and from what I know, you have also provided a consultancy and ideas to the Greek government in order to implement measures. Can you please give us your opinion, and what are the pluses and minuses that you see?
Okay, that's a very big question. I think firstly, for those of you who saw, yesterday the Ministry of Foreign Affairs announced the National Diaspora Strategy. This hasn't happened for 20 years. So it's something that we need to celebrate. Secondly, we have Mr. Balerbas here. I've been abroad for 15 years. I've voted twice the past 2 years. So this is also a major milestone. But I think it's important for us to just take a step back and contextualize where we are as a country and why this matters. The financial crisis that we experienced was the largest financial crisis that has ever happened during peace times. It was deeper and longer than the Great Depression. And for all of us who were abroad during that time, it was horrible to experience the amount of hatred that was coming towards us and the way we were perceived as, you know, the black sheep of Europe. So this brain drain generation, yes, which I'm a part of, 500,000 people who left, had to experience all of this negativity. And I think now we are in a part where the narrative has shifted. There's a lot more positive narrative coming out of the country, and this is like partner that with the fact that there's a lot of economic growth. There's a positive story, and I think this has brought a lot of hope to the diaspora who want to contribute. And this is the exact thing that we are tapping into. We're tapping into all of these brains that have left and did leave during the crisis or have existed abroad for so long. And now couple that with the hope that we can do something to make the country better. And we did submit many recommendations for the National Diaspora Strategy, and we're very thankful that a lot of them were implemented. I think in terms of priorities and something just to put on your agenda, I think something that the Greek diaspora really cares about is the Greek language and maintaining it, particularly in the US, as well as promoting Greek culture. These are also things that we all really care about, and of course we would love to be able to vote in the national elections with the postal vote, so I'm just going to bring this to the attention of Mr. Balerbas, who I'm sure will support that.
Well, thank you. Ms. Mirogianni.
So I'm starting by saying that Aphrodite, I think, should work for the government. And let's start from there. I think she has answered some of our questions. I would like to say that we understand that we have a lot of issues regarding our procedures and our services. We need to remember that we come from after a crisis. We're trying to reorganize the internal and our external procedures. I'm not sure that this is working. Working? Huh? No? Ah, okay. No, it's not working. Okay, so we're trying to do a lot of things. We realize that we need to do more. Yesterday, the Prime Minister, we had the chance, as you said previously, to present the strategic plan for Greeks abroad for 24-27 in the presence of the Prime Minister, in the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And actually, it's the first plan that has been made. We think it's a very good start. We don't think that it's the end. This means that it's a dynamic plan. We need to have more of your opinions, and we understand that we need to have much more interaction. And this takes some time, but I think that we're trying a lot. This government has tried a lot in this direction. It has tried to reconnect as much as possible, and also the Prime Minister also yesterday said that we would like to extend the vote, and how important the vote was for us, and it's something that this government was so anxious to do and was so willing to do. It was not easy, as you know. We had, the other parties. We didn't have, the collaboration that we expected to have. But on a positive note, I think that we have now some goals appointed, so we know where we're heading. Regarding the services, we're trying to use the technology. We have the my consulate. This is the instrument that you can have some services from a distance, so Greeks abroad don't have to travel if they're far away from the consulate. But we need to do more. We understand that. And as Prime Minister said yesterday, we understand that sometimes the fact that the interaction of the people with the consulates is difficult. This is something that we have in our mind, that is something difficult. This is something that we need to change. We have planned to have more, to hire more people in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in order to have more people in the consulates, because we have people in the consulates that they are working a lot, and they have to cover a lot of people, so it's not that easy. This is a start, and also the start is that to see our procedures and also to use the technology that we can have.
I will, if I may be permitted, Mr. Chair, I will concur with the fact that the consular people are working extremely hard and they're overstretched. That's not the issue. The issue is lack of available resources. And I know 10 years ago, 12 years ago, the local consulate has something like 15, 16 staff, and it now has maybe 6 or 7. Still the volume of work has not decreased, has actually increased in complexity. So technology should obviously help. But in terms of what the state is doing, and the introduction of, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, but the introduction of the new program that was announced yesterday by your ministry, it's only in Greek. And some thought should be given to
we're actually translating it right now, but you're right. It's only Greek. You're right.
I'm addressing generally. A lot of people are second, third generation.
It's fresh off the press, it just came out of the oven, so no time. It just was
actually,
24 hours
it's
ago.
Not, to be honest. This is something we had a discussion that was hosted by Cathy Merini, and this is, and of course, the Secretary General inherited it, so this could be directed to the minister and to the deputy minister and to the previous Secretary General, who I do think dropped the ball. I don't even know how you could have possibly had public comment if John couldn't read it. And beyond that, listen, we're all family here. We're trying to come up with a strategy. I did a quick survey of all the consulate generals and the ambassador in the United States. They had zero input on this plan. The plan starts with talking about a SAE. I said this, I'll say it again. If I hear SAE again, I'll have an aneurysm in front of all of you. It'll be, SAE was an abysmal failure. Abysmal failure. I think this is a time this government and this Greece has been paradigm shifting. Let's paradigm shift again. And that's it. I'm glad to hear there was ideas from Aphrodite, who I trust, and that, but that was not brought all the way out. Let's study this issue, and I'm glad it's dynamic. But what should not be dynamic is let's get rid of old structures. There were members of the Hellenic Parliament in Washington, D.C., and they asked Greek Americans, why don't you take direction from us? I mean, this is one thing, we've noticed this, we've said this to the minister and to the previous Secretary General. The plan has a provision in there that encourages the diaspora to break American law. It says that the ministry should coordinate our political activities. Okay, then that means you don't want an independent diaspora, you want foreign agents. You might as well hire lobbyists if you want foreign agents. We have to have this honest conversation. There is the diaspora, this plan, my problem with the plan is you read it and you see, you get the message that the diaspora is to be managed, not enabled. Let's flip that equation. I think the bones are there, and I know the willingness is there, but in that plan, it's not there.
Very good point, Sandy. I take, the paradigm shift and and of course I'm sure the secretary would like to answer your question, your points.
This is just to help the discussion. Perhaps the deputy can speak about, in very high-level terms, what this plan is about, because a few of us have either seen or heard of it, but most people here don't even know what we're talking about. So maybe you can describe at a high level what it is that your ministry has come up with just yesterday, and then you can answer the question.
Yes, I will do that, but I need firstly answer to Eddie, because I think he had some very strong comments that I cannot relate to. And okay, we know each other, but okay, anyway. I cannot say that we dropped the ball. I can, what I say, I think, and I would like for you to agree is that we have made an effort, and we have made an effort after a lot of years. Of course, I understand it was in Greek. It should have been in English as well. It should have been in other languages as well. But it was the first step after a lot of time that non-step has been done. So I understand that we must talk more, but it's a very good start. And the fact that the ministry and also the government wants to have a connected plan and has to have a strategic about Greeks abroad is something important. Maybe we have. Well, I don't think that we want people abroad to break the law, of course. But okay, if we have something that you consider that it should be this way, we can make it in another way. But we have to acknowledge the fact that we have started this plan after all this time. So to answer what is the goal, so is that the main issue of this strategic plan is to reconnect it, to facilitate the connection of the Greeks abroad with the motherland. Of course, with the improvement of our services in the consulate, also with different strategies for the language learning. This year we have started the programs, the hospitality programs, that we are taking a lot of students from the school and also from the university. They are coming to Greece for 2 weeks, having also lessons in Greek, but also relating to the Greek culture. This is a program that could work. And this is something that is going to be elaborated because it started this year only for the culture and the Greek language, but also we're going to have this kind of programs for traditional dances or for different activities that connect people and they are interested to people. For example, we're going to have a seminar between the yacht club of Castellorzo with the yacht club of Perth, because they are a country, they are cities that they are, connected. These kind of things. We understand that we need to listen more to the people from the diaspora. What you said is totally right, that we must define what is diaspora. It's not one thing. We're different people with different needs in different perspectives, in different educational levels. So we need to address everything and everybody. We have a special program for women that they have decided to stay home, they want to be connected, or for women that they are working. We're going to have platform that will connect not only the communities but also the people from different issues, the academia, the scientists, the lawyers. And this is only the start. We are having a special program for the youth. We're going to have the first Greek youth diaspora symposium this November from young students from 16 countries and 4 continents. We're starting to have a plan. And what also I think is very important to do, and this is not something that has been done in a coordination, is also to consider what is happening in the private level, because we have a lot of people in the diaspora that they are working towards connecting the motherland with Greeks abroad, and this is something that we need to use as well. It's not it's not only the government; it's all together what we do, and this is the important thing that we need to understand.
Continuing on the positive things that have been happening and are actually running right now, I would like to ask Mr. Alebas, Secretary General of the Ministry of Interior, about the actions and provisions that concern the diaspora that have been done by the ministry.
First of all, I want to thank Mr. Tsomokos and the forum, the Economic Forum of Toronto, the Hellenic Initiative, because they gave me the opportunity to come and meet a very dynamic part of Greek diaspora. I've made 2 journeys to the United States as Secretary General for Citizenship previous years. Actually, the first was a tour, and that gave me an image of what diaspora needs from the Greek state. First of all, we have 2 kinds of Greek diaspora, the already Greek citizens and the people who want to become Greek citizens because they have Greek origin. This is what have to deal with as a Ministry of Interior. I believe that we've made a lot of progress in order to give information to the people who want to become Greek citizens. Actually, we sent directions in English to our consulates in the United States and in Canada. Also, we try to build electronic system, digital system, bots, in order to guide the people that they want to acquire the Greek citizenship. But we also make a good step, I believe, by giving the authority to the Greek consuls to write down directly all the registry information from our citizens abroad. So we have omitted the stage of the special registry office in Athens. There they can go only the Greek citizens that they live far, about 300 kilometers far from the nearest Greek consulate. So, also, we are trying to simplify and digitalize as much procedures we can. Another step is that we have very close collaboration with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, they are good partners. Even from my time in citizenship, we had a common task force in order to study, to listen, and to try to work out solutions on the benefit of our citizens abroad. We are thinking and we are examining some proposals. We have to see how effective will be. So give us a little time to examine all this together with Myra and to find out if we can deliver the solutions that everybody wants. Then, we don't need the DSI anymore because the Greek citizens abroad can vote for government, can vote for European elections. I will remind that the government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis in 2019 passed the first law that gave to the Greek citizens abroad the opportunity to take part to the elections where they live. Of course, with a lot of restrictions, but these restrictions took off. It was the first law that the new government of Kyriakos Mitsotakis in 2023 passed in the parliament. So now we are going to make the great step. The postal vote in European elections was supported only by the government party, the New Democracy, as you know. It's a system that I believe is one of its kind as a system of postal vote. If we compare it with the systems in the United Kingdom or even in the United States, has more provisions and has a lot of stages that give the society we are pretty sure that everything goes all right, because the envelope with all the material goes directly to the voter. My sister in UK must find it in her box, in her post box, and the votes are counted the same day, the same hour that everybody's votes are counting in Greece. I believe in the United States they will count for a month. It depends on which state. So there are. So as a result, we have a system that works. It was not easy for the Ministry of Interior to anticipate all the challenges, but we did it, and we did it well. With this argument, I believe the government soon will come to the parliament and will ask for the other parties to pass a law with, of course, special majority of 200 votes, to pass a law that postal votes become the system that Greek citizens abroad can vote in national elections. Let me give you some numbers. In 2023, here in Canada, they were registered to vote about 250 people. Actually, they voted. They went to the polling stations about 175. It was understandable because the 20 voters of Vancouver had to come to Toronto to vote, of course. So that's the idea of the postal vote, to remove all the practical obstacles and to give the Greeks all over the world, the Greek citizens all over the world, to exercise their undeniable democratic right to express their opinion where their country have to go the next years. In the European elections of this year, we had 1,200 Greek citizens in Canada registered. And actually, near 1,000, they sent their envelopes with their vote. You see, it's 10,000. It was multiplied 10 times the participation, and it was European elections. Everybody can understand that in North America, European elections has less significance than the Greeks in Europe. So we are making steps in order to strengthen our ties with the Hellenic diaspora. We are trying better. We are willing to hear and to consult with the diaspora all the proposals and all the ideas we have. This government has very good ideas about not only the Greeks origin people that want to become Greek citizens, but also we were working as in the General Secretariat of Citizenship before the previous time, even a card of origin that could allow Greek origin people not become citizens, but to have special privileges in Greece, like to stay as long as they want, to have transactions with the state and the banks, etc.
Thank you, Secretary General.
Thank you.
From what I understand, what I note from what you said is that good things have been done in relation to the diaspora, digitalization, postal voting, and so forth. What we have to deal with now, basically, is the implementation and get away with the teething problems from things that started recently, and they need to be streamlined insofar their operation is concerned. And I take a note that there's a close cooperation between the Ministry of Interior and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in that direction. I don't know if yes, please, John.
May I just make a small intervention, and it may be because I don't know the full content of this new program, but the right to vote for expatriates, for example, is not really the only thing that is of concern. Lots of things happen between citizenry and the state on a regular basis, and typically there is an ability of a citizen to communicate, to be interaction, and there's got to be some kind of a process available, and I don't know if that's contemplated, where there's input both into the initial program that has been drafted, and I assume it's still a draft, so that there can be input coming from the user, and as part of that, there has to be, I think, the ongoing ability to communicate with the state as a citizen needs, rather than just waiting for the ballot box. And I would hazard a guess that of all the people who voted, the Canadians at least who voted in the two elections that the Deputy mentioned, I would say all of them were probably Greeks who left during the 2010s, rather than people who'd been here much longer, or even second generation or third generation.
John, from what? Can we ask a question from the audience? Not yet. John, from what you say, basically is I'm taking a step back. Okay, in Greece we have 6 cities with a population of above 100,000. Outside of Greece, we have 7 cities with a population in more than 100,000, okay? So basically, when we're talking about the diaspora, we're talking a Magna Graecia spanning the globe, right? Therefore, one point that has already been raised here is the matter of how we create the bridge, and the number one thing in creating the bridge is communication. What would you like to say about that?
How we strengthen the bridge. The bridge is there. We need to strengthen it. I don't think we consider that there is no communication. What you're saying is that we need more communication, right? Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I believe from what I saw.
In other words, there's got to be a process that's well defined. People understand what they have.
From what I saw yesterday at the strategic plan, there are some specific measures even mentioned in there, even with the mobile telephone numbers and
We're
so
going
forth.
to have an application on the mobile phone so that we can have a quicker interaction. We're going to have Mitro, a registry, and not only the registry of the communities, because we need to understand that we have the communities that are very strong and very important for the Greek diaspora, but also we have people that they're not necessarily going through the communities, and we need to reach those people as well. And having in mind the tools that we have, we also have communities. We need also to redefine what a community is. I mean, a community in the social media for younger people is also a community. It's a form of communication as well. For me, what you said, I totally agree with what you said. We need to have more communication. The plan is not a draft, it's a plan. But we need to do more and more. And when you start something, then you start creating more things about it. But of course, we need more communication, and we have to strengthen this communication. And this is why the digitalization also helps us. And through your remarks and what you're saying, we're going to make it better as well. And sorry, what I also would like to say is that for me, having this position from the 1st of August, what I'm trying to do, what we're trying to do, it's what exactly you're saying, to communicate with the people abroad and to listen what they have to say in order to apply it. And we cannot do everything, and it's not possible to accommodate every idea, but to understand what the needs are. It's something that, and this is why maybe we didn't have the total expand of the of communicating, as you say, of this plan. But the fact that we had a public consultation, it was a step.
Thank you.
I think there's one thing that we need to be aware of, that I think Eddie mentioned this. There's a lot of different diasporas, but there's also something that has changed a lot in the diaspora, which is the role of the church. It used to be that you could find majority of the Greeks through the church, and this doesn't exist anymore because the share of the Greek population that does attend these functions is reducing over time. And I think this is the exact reason why we need a better, at least, registry, not only of the people, which we don't have a full registry of the Greeks living abroad, but also of all of the organizations, so that the state can communicate through through these organizations.
Which is part of the plan.
Yes, I know.
And also
sorry, but let me say that the church, I think that always plays a very strong role in the community.
excuse me, Mr. Katsigiannis, I want to say that it's our responsibility to inform the Greek citizens abroad about the procedures and the laws that they are studying right now. During my tour in the United States, I told the people that we have the tools to give them a solution to their problems, but they have to. We must inform them about the tools, and also the close collaboration between the Ministry of the Interior and our authorities abroad. Let's say, make our authorities more efficient to solve the problems. I was in Montreal. I take the chance to go to Montreal, and I had a very close collaboration with our consul there, and with the organizations, and we managed to deliver solutions. Sometimes documentation from Ministry of the Interior doesn't become aware of our citizens abroad, and we establish an open channel of communication with our authorities. When I was Secretary General for Citizenship in Athens, we extended the work of our people till 8 o'clock in the evening, because they had to communicate with the authorities, the consuls and the consulates in different time zones. We can deliver solutions, but as everybody refers here in this panel, we have to discuss, to have a connection and communicate properly.
On this, and also on the strategic plan that was announced yesterday, I was surprised that it was strategic plan 2024-2027. This means that the application has to start now. Okay, we really got to hit the ground running. And from what I see in the strategic plan, we are talking about communication and connections, okay? These connections, in my eyes, it's a PPP, public-private partnership, okay? And a complex one, because it deals with the diaspora and concerns the diaspora in all the continents of the world, right? So how do you see, and I mean, how everybody here on the panel sees this possibility and the need, and what needs to be done in order to create this partnership soon and effectively?
I think the most important question for that plan is, where will the money come from, and how much money will that be? And I think that many ways, the way we think about these plans is that all of this budget is a budget that the states provides, and also this budget has also decreased significantly over the past few years. During the crisis, this budget was almost eliminated. It's starting to re-increase, but it's still a small budget. And I think that, because Andy mentioned the state of Israel earlier today, I think something that we are not doing enough of is trying to find ways to tap into other funding and how to have the state be an enabler for a lot of these connections that need to happen, and find some of the funding through private sources. And I'll give a very specific example for this. You know, one of the big issues is the Greek language, and let's talk about like Greek language in universities. You can have a chair. That chair can be an endowed chair by a Greek who lives abroad. This shouldn't be state money, but I don't think we're thinking enough of where can we find the money, how do we tap into it, how do we have this role as an enabler rather than as the state being the actor for all of the things that need to happen.
And Andy and John, I would like to really hear from you.
So since we are at a Delphi Economic Forum event, even though we took the Delphi out and put Toronto, let's start with the greatest of Delphic maxims and know thyself. Let's be honest about what we're trying to do with this stage. I'm glad you brought up there are two kinds of diasporas. There are those who are citizens and those who want to become citizens. So as I said, I started my remarks saying, I don't know whether I fit in. Now I know I don't, because I'm not going to become a citizen. I'm not a citizen. And that's because I play a specific role in the United States. We're a bridge. I don't have a problem with that definition, but let's be honest what we're doing now. We're trying to get Greeks abroad to vote in Greece. That's the number one purpose of this. Okay, that may mean we expand it later, but if that's the number one purpose, that's exclusive of other things. We're not necessarily we're not a constituency. Some of you may feel like a constituency. I don't feel like a constituency. I feel like a bridge. I'm connected to all of you because we're all Hellenes. But I'm not going to be a citizen. Part of it is because of my political involvement. And I want you to think of this because we did this to Dr. Oz. Katerina remembers this. 2 years ago, you guys remember when Dr. Oz ran for Senate and we ran commercials against him? He's a Turkish citizen. He does not. Would you rather have somebody who could vote in Greece their whole life or be a senator in the United States Senate? Because it's kind of exclusive, right? And so we should be thinking, in fact, I want to give credit. There have been amazing tactical successes, and the effort has been first rate. And not only at one ministry, and multiple ministries at the prime minister's level, the prime minister has interacted personally with the diaspora more than any other any prime minister. But those are tactical victories. There's a difference between strategy and tactics. And we're pretending to talk about strategy and we're only talking about tactics. Use this as a bridge. Make sure there are a lot of influencers in this room. John may not have, it may not, his investment is not what we're looking for. We're looking for him to find the 5 biggest non-Greeks in Toronto and bring them. You're involved in a university, you're involved in a think tank. Alexis and Tom and Simeon hosted the Chicago Council on Global Affairs. There were 5 billionaires who had never been to Greece, came to Greece. Now all of a sudden all of them want to do stuff in Greece. That's our role. If we're only looked at as a potential vote, and this is not what they're saying, but I can tell you their colleagues from the Greek parliament actually said that in DC 2 days ago. If that's all we're looking for, we're wasting our time.
I couldn't agree with you more. If that's what the Greek state is proposing or is planning, then we are wasting our time. But I think whatever this plan is, it needs to have input to hear all of these views and to take them into account in coming up with whatever plan that will actually be implemented. And budget is a very important part of that. Because if there is an appropriate budget to support it, at least to get it started, nothing will happen.
To be fair, John, Aphrodite said that. If we want to be part of Connected, the Hellenes, everybody says, and to be fair to them, right, they just came out of austerity. We keep saying, oh, let's be the model of the global Jewish diaspora. Do you know how much money Israel sends to them? 0. They send back. So if we want this, let's put up. These things, these chairs they're being established. And a lot of the things, a lot of the model programs that were in the plan, like some stuff that's happened even in Chicago, the return to your roots, private people are paying for it. Be enablers. There are people who want to offer to Greece. So let's not look to Greece because I think that was one of the problems of SAE. SAE failed because it just became a cash cow for people who wanted to be getting money from Greece. Let's give the money back to Greece.
Again, I couldn't agree with that more. Excellent point. And talking about shares, I want to give a shout out to the Hellenic Heritage Foundation, which has established 2 magnificent Hellenic Studies programs at both York University and the University of Toronto here, all private funding.
Well, gentlemen, I take it that what you're saying is, don't ask what your country is going to do for you. Ask what you are going to do for your country.
Well, I'm from the Ministry of Interior. I cannot say something about the strategic. If you ask me personally, of course, I prefer not only one of Greek origin senator, but ministers and prime minister sometime here in Canada. From my part, I have to say that we must do anything we can to deliver services to the Greek citizens abroad that make them feel that they are part of our society. And second, you have the opportunity to strengthen their voice by taking part in the elections and to say your opinion in which way, in which direction the mother country can go and become more prosperous and more dynamic in the world. So take advantage of our efforts to give you a clear voice and influential voice, and get this opportunity, and please register in the elections. Also, I have to say that you cannot avoid to register your civil informations if you're citizens in our state. It's very important because that gives the opportunity in a lot of people to become your sons, your daughters, to become Greek citizens without any other procedure. We need to establish channels of information, channels of communications, and from our part, we are ready to do so, to discuss with you, to consult with you about the better and more efficient way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Just a warning that we only have 3 minutes left, and I'm under very strict instructions to stop in time.
Okay, noted. I would like to start by commenting on what you said about the chairs. We think that in the government as well that the chairs of the Hellenic studies are a very important issue, and this is why we have decided this year to, we don't have the same maybe amount of money that some chairs are needed, that to give our contribution to these chairs. For some are the money that we have given are enough so that they can continue working. For others are not so important, but it was important for us to show that the state wants to contribute to that, and that gives importance about the continuity of the Greek studies, because we consider that when you talk the language, you have all the elements of the Hellenism. What also I would like to say to you, Eddie, is that I don't believe that the Hellenism and is about passport and is about only citizenship. The mentality, the way of thinking, the state of mind, the culture, the language are not something necessarily legally attached. Are things that we have in our hearts, and this is what we need to approach, and this is what for us is important. To have the passport, to have the contribution in the votes, it's important because we want people to be more related to what is happening to the motherland, but it's not the only goal. For us, the goal is to have this conversation in 1 or 2 years from now and have a different discussion, to be able to say that we have better services in the consulate, that we need to make better, but there will be in a better situation, that we will have and other things in the plan, that we will all be happy about it. So For me, it's important not exactly what's happening now, but what we are going to be able to say in a year from now.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. And because our time is running out, and what I would like to mark here, and talking about, the strategic plan, and also the role that everybody will be playing, and like I represent Canada Greece Chamber, John Sotos, the Hellenic Initiative Canada, Andy Zamenidis, Hellenic American Leadership Council, Aphrodite, Xidi, the Dion Policy Institute. We are all working towards the same goal, creating connections between the diaspora and Greece, okay? And now you have the plan in place, okay? And everybody, at least on this panel, and I'm sure out there as well, that's involved in the diaspora and comes from the diaspora, are willing to help. So it's a matter, of joining forces and having the proper coordination.
Exactly, if I may, what I would like to say is that in the previous secretariat that I used to be in the International Economic Affairs, we had this instrument that was the Plan for Extroversion, that was a plan about all the initiatives in the public and in the private sector. And it was very useful because we started with 200 actions, for example, and we have, last year we had something like 700 actions because we were working together. And what it's important to say is that you start from 5 actions, I'm saying a random number, and then you start communicate. And you see what the private sector wants to do as well. We see a lot of programs in the hospitality level, for example, that are taking place by private sector and by people that they are focusing in certain different sectors because it's the sector of their interest. So this is the interaction that we need to have.
So basically, it's what we can have to conclude with. It's let's work together.
Constantine, if I...
Well, I'm forbidden to take questions from the public.
Constantine,
but if you insist,
sorry, Constantine, if I may ask at least one question.
Yes, I'm running the next panel, so I'll give you 2 minutes for mine. Tony, thank you. Many of us on the Canadian side in this room interact with us. Many of us on the Canadian side of this room interact with the state through the consulate office, and it's challenging because of the backlog, right? Can you hear me?
now
So my question is, Greece has done a phenomenal job over the last couple of years digitizing with gov.gr. What is the plan to expand this digital enablement to the diaspora so that we can interact more digitally and not have to line up and wait for months at the consulate to get a stamp and write a ledger in a book?
Yes. You said the proper words because they are in the strategic plan as well. We are going to connect the GovGR, as you mentioned, with the Diaspora GR that is going to be a platform for services and connection also for Greeks abroad. So we have a plan about that.
If I may add to this, the procedure to register for the postal vote was actually a very good exercise how you can make things with, make communication with Greek authorities back in Greece at real time, digitally and at real time. So the we're making steps forward.
Well, I want to thank this excellent panel. Thank you very much. I hope it was helpful to all the members of the diaspora, and I'm looking forward actually to working together on bringing this forward. And at this stage, I would like to call the next panel, which is Greece-Canada Cooperation on Digital Technology, Mr. Tony Lourakis.
I guess my panelists can join me up here. Welcome to the riveting Canada-Greece Cooperation on Digital Technology panel. I will allow questions from the audience. As I said, I'm Tony Larakis. I'm the founder and CEO of Fleet Complete, a global software company headquartered here in Toronto with offices around the world, including US, Mexico, Australia, throughout Europe, including proudly an office in Athens, where we have about 30 staff. And on this panel, we're going to talk about collaboration of digital technology with my esteemed panelists. Allow me to introduce Mr. George Nunesis, Mr. Ian Spence, and Mr. John Psychos. Instead of myself giving an explanation, I'm going to allow each person, I'm going to ask each person to take about a minute to explain the organization that you're from.
Okay, should I start?
Yes, George, please start.
All right, thank you. Thanks so much for this incredible invitation. I really appreciate it. Delphi Economic Forum. It's nice in Delphi. It's almost as nice, or even better here.
Close.
I have to go closer. So, Demokritos is one of the largest public research centers of Greece, maybe the largest. It's located in Athens at Agia Paraskevi, and it's approximately 2,000 people who work there. So what is Demokritos is doing that may be of interest to a forum such as this? We are one of the first public institutions in Greece that we are transforming in the sense that we can finally produce prosperity, create wealth for the Greek society, and not only by carrying out research programs that are funded by our government or by the European Union, but by directly attracting private investments and indeed international private investments to the center for developing intellectual property in very interesting areas. The reason we've been able to do that the last few years and really seeing some interesting and fruitful results is the fact that we have been able to embrace right from the start some very disruptive, emerging, I would say, technologies. There is a lot of work done at Demokritos right now on AI, and we are, along with the Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of the Digital Health, we will be able, in a couple of weeks, to publish the national strategy on AI, which the last draft I read was in English. Just to be on the same side.
Or I can very quickly translate to English in about a second.
And also we are doing a lot of work on autonomy for digital manufacturing. This is attracting quite a lot of international interest from private investors. And lately, we've been taking very firm steps in what is coming up as the major disruption within the next 10 to 15 years, and this is quantum computing and quantum technologies. So we're playing strong into that. We are actually the first public organization in Greece, research organization in Greece, that we opened up our campus to startups. And right now, more than 60 deep tech startups are thriving at Demokritos, collaborating with us, creating value and wealth alongside the public researchers.
Thank you, George. Ian, perhaps give us an overview of what Mars is. And for the Greek delegation in the room, this is not, we're not referring to the planet yet.
No, I didn't come in from the planet for today. So my name is Ian Spence. I'm a senior manager of partnerships at Mars Discovery District. Mars Discovery District actually stands for Medical and Related Sciences. We were founded in the early 2000s. We're celebrating our 25th anniversary next year. We are a self-mandated nonprofit and registered charity, and we are also North America's largest urban innovation hub. We're a 1.5 million square foot life sciences and climate research facility in downtown Toronto. You'll find us right by Queen's Park on the corner. And our work spans across how do we take science and turn it into commercial viability. This is always a contested issue, moving out of the research institutions and into the private practice. So look at Mars as being a public-private organization. We are funded in part by the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada. We're also self-funded through different means and services for our fee-for-service work, international programs, etc. The really important piece that we wanted to look at is looking at how, when you look at a startup, what is the economic value? In Canada, we've recognized that challenge for quite a long time. And right now, Mars supports just over 1,200 companies in Canada across life sciences, climate technology, and all your fun stuff in AI, quantum, et ceteras. And the work that we do helps move the needle because the work that our companies get into is typically politically or policy driven. There are very difficult steps to go into climate. There's very difficult ways to get into life sciences. If you're a biotech company and you're looking at clinical trials, that is not the same as a company that's doing a SaaS model, so software as a service, and doing a runway of 6 months versus 10 years. It's a very different business. So we're here to help add some flavor today, and I'm open to questions as well.
Awesome. Mr. John Psigos.
Good afternoon, everyone. John Psigos. I'm a co-founder and CEO of AxiLogic. AxiLogic is a Canadian or Ontario-based company. It was formed in 2017 out of as a result of a joint venture that we did with MPAC, which is the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation of Ontario that reports into the Ministry of Finance, that does all the property valuations for Ontario. As a result of this joint venture, we were empowered to go talk to foreign governments who are interested in copying or doing something similar to what we do in Ontario as it relates to doing property valuations and assessments. And one of our functions was to look at the existing environments in these foreign countries and get them to a point where they could execute and start producing property valuations that would comply with, say, IAAO, which is an international standard for property valuations, to help assist these countries in forming, revenue-generating streams, providing tax equity, et cetera. So one of the roles that AxiLogic plays is assessing the viability of MPAC's solution around the world and getting it to a point where we can execute that solution. As you may know, MPAC is one of the largest mass appraisal jurisdictions in the world. We don't have a lot of countries that appraise on this level. In the States, for example, it's typically done by county or by city. It's not done by state. Whereas in Ontario, again, and one other country in Europe, they are the largest mass appraisal jurisdictions. So we help these countries and we help these governments assess where they're at and execute on that vision.
John, just to expand on your point the other day when we were speaking, I thought it was quite fascinating, the Greek collaboration opportunity here with what you're doing and with MPAC in particular. As many of you know, Greece is working to stand up a property tax regime, and their two choices are build versus buy. And maybe expand on the asset and the IP that MPAC has and the benefit that could be, for example, for a country like, let's use Greece as the example here, that is trying to stand up this sort of regime. This is a great example of digital collaboration opportunity.
Yes, so my background's in software. I've grown up in the software industry since the 90s. I've been around for a while. And I have to say, when I first came across the platform that MPAC offered, I was very impressed by what they were able to do. They were actually able to build a platform and a tool specifically for assessment people or for valuers. In recognizing the capabilities of this platform, it became to me very clear that this is something that's very powerful. It's very rare where you'll find something that's as disruptive as MPAC developed. So what they're offering is it's a service. So when we go to foreign countries now, we talk to the governments. One of the first things, we don't have any money. We have to reallocate budgets. We have to get legislation passed to execute. The MPAC platform makes it very simple. It's a service that is offered. There's no capital expenditure required by any of these governments. It's a turnkey offering. You just need to be able to provide the information and the data and make sure that your legislation is aligned with how this platform executes, which in Commonwealth countries is not a problem. But in other countries, we also help them with legislation as well as to comply or to configure it in a way that makes sense. So the build versus buy becomes a very powerful proposition for countries who want to adopt this regime but are unable to afford it, especially when you get into, third world countries that are trying to not maybe mimic what Ontario does, but get it to a certain point where they have some sort of legitimacy within their property valuers. So the proposition becomes very strong as to the buy versus use that MPAC provides.
I thought it was fascinating. MPAC's probably spent hundreds of millions, if not more, over decades to build the platform. And while none of us here love getting our property tax billed, and I'm sure no one in Greece will, bringing that there versus building is quite a digital collaboration opportunity between the two states. Let's move into more of the scientific and research realm. Perhaps first question to Ian. Ian, over the decades here, the Canadian government at all levels, provincial and federal, et cetera, have come up with various stimulation programs, to support tech startups and areas of innovation in areas of strategic importance, like SHRED and IRAP and accelerators and whatnot. Perhaps for the Greek audience in the room, could you maybe just give a very 101 to 5-minute primer on maybe what some of the top examples have been, what we've done right, and perhaps what would be the one that you think has been the most impactful recently, and could this be a program that perhaps the Greek state could consider emulating if successful, if such a thing exists?
Yeah, it's a big question because the Canadian government has been doing these programs for a long time, and it's built like a house, right? Like everything isn't built at once. It's sort of layered on layer after layer. So if you look at there's different levels. You have municipal levels of programs that we have. We have city and jurisdictional and regional, and then there's federal. And for us at Mars, a lot of the ventures that we support, they do rely a lot on the grant program. So if you look at IRAP, so NRC's IRAP program, the Industrial Research Assistance Program, it is doing that commercial support to take the hard tech and turn it into commercial work. It is a grant program, and it's predominantly applied to help companies afford the employees, right? So it's actually the people that matter. So maybe they have a stickiness. In Canada, we always get sort of this big brother effect to the US, right? We are right next to the United States. We are the largest trading partner of the United States. A lot of our institutions have a lot of the graduates exit and go down to the States to work. So we have this sort of maybe similar challenges that we are seeing this grow. So the conditions at which the market needs to be built is the most important. So the conditions to keep that talent in Canada and around. So I think from a programmatic piece, it is looking at what are the strength qualities of a nation. So in Canada, we are very well known for our minerals industry, our forestry, so we're a resource economy. But if you dig in deeper, if you think of the piping of the internet, the stuff that's actually running the internet, it's all developed in Canada. It's all come from here. So it's this deep history of R&D, semiconductor. So we have a very large fabless semiconductor industry in Canada. We have a deep biotech industry that's a little bit shallower than our other industries. It's based out of Toronto, namely in Ottawa as well, and Vancouver. So the way the programs look at it is it's very agnostic, though. So it's not picking racehorses, you'd say, but it's making the conditions right for the right type of businesses to take advantage of that. And that whole program, I believe, and I'm not sure if it's in effect, but it's in review, of course. Everything always is. I think SHRED is also SHRED for sure. So the SHRED is another type of grant program. Is in review of does it work correctly? If SHRED's been running since the 1970s, and so if I was to pick one, it's very difficult. I don't think I can pick exactly one, but if you pick on what we focus on in life sciences and climate, we would certainly look at IRAP being a big one as part of that, and then SDTC, so Sustainable Development Technology Canada. It's being wrapped up into NRC, so Natural Research Council, to then manage the climate systems. So these are very capital-intensive companies. So we're looking at solving challenges in, let's say, cement off-gassing. So the cement industry is one of the little-known emitters that is next to the transportation industry. And there's a lot of technology companies working to fix how cement itself is produced, it cures, it's transported, it's recycled. There's a whole supply chain effect. And that's where that organization like SDTC comes in to support that footing, because there's not enough money. The capital requirements are so large that if you think of a startup, everybody thinks of a startup in their garage, and you think of, oh, they're going to get a $500,000 check or $1 million round. Some of these companies need to go to the $10+ million early rounds to even have a chance at surviving in that competitive landscape. So I think it's a very nuanced question.
Could you quickly expand on the areas of AI and perhaps quantum? I know we have some very exciting things happening here in Toronto, for example, and the godfather of AI recently out of Toronto has won the Nobel Prize, which we're quite proud of. Perhaps get into some of this for the audience.
Yeah, so let's talk about quantum first. So I believe quantum is a shared passion.
And I'm coming to you next.
Yeah, it's a shared passion, so I'll be able to hand it over. So in Canada, there is a long history in the quantum field. I think you could trace it probably back to where the internet piping and like companies like Nortel and others, Bell, and those that have built that telecommunications platform. If you look at quantum, Canada has 46 quantum companies. It's huge in the world. We are investing tremendously into a category that really has no commercial viability, at least from the day-to-day usage. And AI has recently become very popular because of the work that's come out of down in the States when ChatGPT, so the general purpose transformer was the key piece to how the AI actually makes sense from the consumer. And if you look at in Canada, a lot of our accelerators actually focus on vertical AI. So vertical AI is actually the work to be done by AI, not the stuff that happens in like, you know, on ChatGPT or other services that are creating large language models to do work. We're talking about explainable AI, things that are getting to work. So if it's in the built infrastructure, if it's in supply chains, making things more efficient. And so from accelerator side, a lot of the tools, so AI as a tool, is adopted across all of our accelerators. Out of the companies that we support, at least 80% have adopted AI as a tool, as a service. So it's making a difference. And in Toronto, we're very well known for the Vector Institute. This is where Jeffrey Hinton has led that initiative. And they work a lot to explain it. So for corporations, let's say, to adopt AI, it's a big challenge. If you're moving away from the days of your digitization is on Excel, if it's in file folders, if it's in documents, all of that messy data needs to be made sense. And so you have to clean it, you have to organize it. So Vector has done a great job at doing the adoption work, the cleaning, but also the training. So being able to translate the world of software engineering now into AI engineering, and that's one group. Another one would be a lot of the particular venture capital firms too. They get involved in AI as sort of an accelerant, and they also have advisory services built in. So from an AI piece, AI is, I would say it's probably Canada's maybe the birthplace of it to some degree based on research done out of our institutions. And it's slowly morphed its way up into being a global phenomenon. And if you dig down one step lower, we are still trying to figure out how that plays out. So Canada's made some early investments in the compute power. That's a big gateway to AI, is actually accessing compute. It's a large investment. I think Canada's about $2.8 billion that they've put ahead for the compute workload. It pales in comparison to other nations, but that's a different conversation.
And companies.
Yes, and many companies have put way more against it. But if you look at it from the efficiencies side, so if I can just tie it to capital efficiency of venture, I think this is a really important conversation to have is Greece is looking at sort of how your economy is posturing and what you're looking at focusing on, especially from the deep tech side, is capital efficiency is the game changer. And AI is notorious for the destruction of costs because it's that innovation is going to depress the cost to do business. It'll depress the size of a company to small organizations. So things like where we thought software engineering was really important, you have a team of 20 software engineers, now you're probably going to move down to 5. And those 5 engineers will use tools as agents, they call them, to work with them to create code. And Google just actually discussed that recently, that I think it was about 25% of the code base is actually moved to AI scripted. So we are going to experience a dramatic pivot in how software is built, which has a knock-on effect to the rest of the economy and how software is adopted. So I think the digitization transformation is being aggressively pushed by what AI is doing. And in Canada, We have a lot of companies, and I like the idea of this build versus buy scenario, because it's something that you might be experiencing too, is a lot of organizations and nations too in the procurement models are challenged. So if you're trying to also think through that, I think procurement is another discussion to understand, does as a nation, or how do you adopt technologies? Are you going to build it behind yourself, or are you going to adopt tools and technologies at the same time?
Excellent. Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, we're in discussions with Vector already about possible future collaborations, but one thing that may change things very, very soon in Greece is that we expect a big announcement that Greece will be selected for one of the 8 AI factories of Europe. So this is a new concept. This is a concept that involves big corporations. It involves startups. It involves grants and also lots of funds. The AI factory of Greece will have 3 verticals, as you said it, and this is very important to already see the possibilities for collaboration there. It's going to be the vertical for the big environmental data and clean energy. It's going to be the vertical for the big medical data. And the last vertical will be culture and the Greek language, big data for the Greek language, with the goal to produce the first Greek large language model within the next couple of years. This is something very important, and we really hope so. It's going to be created with the co-funding by the European Union. This is going to be a 50-50 deal. And as I said, we expect the big announcements to come in early December. This AI factory, again, will be linked with a high-performance computer, which is already being installed at Lavrio. So we collaborate with the National Technical University of Athens on that sense, and so that a lot of applications will be done there. Now the major interface for computing in the high-performance computer will be for simulations on quantum computing. So this is how the whole puzzle comes to close. These are interesting times, as you mentioned it, because traditionally in Greece we have not been good with innovation. We didn't know how to use our research results to create wealth. And as a matter of fact, I think the reason for that is because we didn't really care to have really competitive research results. So this has been changing. The moment that you mutate your DNA, the moment you set as a goal, as a public institution of Greece, to create wealth, you know that you have to become competitive at the world-class level. It means you have to be able to attract talent, like everybody mentioned. And attracting talent doesn't really mean get the Greek kids who go to Boston or to Toronto to come back home. It means to get the kids from India, from Mexico, from all over the world to get the opportunities and come to work to Greece. And now we've seen that. We've been seeing that because of government policies. There has been a number of local VCs for early and very early stage. For the first time in Greece, we see more funds than grants. And a lot of startups are taking advantage of that. And at the same time, they make the launch to the European VCs and the international VCs, such as the European Innovation Council, which is taking things at a very different level. So all the ecosystem adjusts to that. You know, accelerators and incubators now with essence and very, very high ability to compete are created. And another collaboration right now with Canada that is going incredibly well. It is within NATO. It is the NATO Innovation Program for dual-use technologies. It's called the Diana. The big center for Diana in Canada is in Halifax. So Greece and Canada, we both share 2 accelerators for dual-use technologies, which will open up a corridor for startups, not just from Canada and Greece, but from all over the alliance, to move freely from one place to the other, and also access test centers in both countries.
Go ahead, John.
I would also say from kind of the business use case, AI is very exciting. Again, we have to tread carefully and understand how we use it. A lot of times we build a lot of solutions with no problems. So we need to be careful as to how we execute. But one of our strategic initiatives is that once we get the assessment done in Greece and we have digitized that repository of all the data, it's starting to look at AI and how can AI better help Greece make better and informed decisions using AI. So it's very exciting right now with AI and all the applications that you can use. But again, on the business use case side, it's just treading a little carefully to understand how we can use it properly.
Excellent. George, if you can maybe go into a little more on the startup scene in Greece right now, and how startups can access various funding, government programs, specifically for innovation, including AI, quantum, et cetera. Maybe share a little more of this.
This landscape, the startup landscape in Greece has changed dramatically the last 3-4 years. Now we are talking about close to 1,000 startups, and they have been, valuated at over 10 billion euros. Imagine that in 2015 that was zero. There was nothing. And that grows incredibly fast. I would say it grows exponentially. We're still lagging far behind, the rest of the European countries. We rank very low in innovation. But the big challenge is also for the Greek public organizations, especially the universities, the research centers. They seem to be more agile in that direction to actually do substantial IP transfer to private sector. So what we see now is we see startups being able to really raise their first rounds, as I said before, very early or early seed rounds, which was impossible a few years ago, and then get ready to move up and address European or international venture capital. At Democritus alone, to give you an idea, and as I said before, we are a research center. We have about 500 startuppers in 60 startups. The last 4 years, they've raised more than 200 million euros in capital. Wow. And this is very early.
How does that compare, Ian, to us here at Mars?
It's like an embryo.
Bring the mic up. Yeah.
I'm trying to like pick my brain. There's a lot of numbers that float around. So if you think of these numbers, might not be completely dead on, but if you look from 2010 until around 2022, venture supported by Mars was around, I gotta say it's about 16.5 billion since 2010, with a revenue return around 9 billion. So not only are we tracking at the raises, but we're tracking at the returns, and that's very important from a capital perspective, moving science. That's very difficult. Sure. is moving the economic value.
However, when we convert that from Canadian to euro, we're actually pretty close.
Oh, sure. No. But it's a 4-year period, though, and you're only. If I start talking returns within 4 years, I wouldn't be here.
And it's interesting because it's unfair to lump all the returns to one specific market. So that number is bringing all the ventures together. So you think of companies in the pharma space and the biotech and let's say in a drug category, so therapeutics, they're all still, a lot of them are still pre-revenue. They're going through these state like clinical trial part 2, they're really not there. So a lot of those numbers are probably aggregating around SaaS companies, right? So that's been sort of the runway, but everything's changing. Capital is no longer cheap. It's not free anymore. It used to be very cheap to get money. That's becoming harder. We're seeing a big pivot over to the deep tech category. A lot of venture firms want to become deep tech firms. They don't understand how to do it. So you're seeing a lot of frothiness and hype around it. AI is no different. It's everybody thinks that their next big investment, but we stick true here in Canada. And I think this is why we have a lot of similarities, is focus on the really hard stuff. So the things that make big differences, and the world of quantum being a shared one, a lot of our quantum ventures still stick to that mandate. They understand R&D, they understand spending, and they understand getting their product to market. And they focus on very specific problems. They're not trying to boil the ocean, they're trying to boil very small things like a supply part into the quantum field, or an outcome using software-inspired quantum work. So they're using AI and quantum science to make things make sense. So it is a very complicated conversation. We need a lot more than an hour today to unpack all the things that Mars is interested in.
A little too deep for this.
It is, for sure. But I think I like to pick on the things that we're both good at. I think quantum is a great shared inspiration.
So on this topic, when you collaborate on an area of advanced science, how do you manage IP from a licensing, from a rights, from a sharing? How does that work?
Yeah, so this is where the structural piece of Mars is important. So Mars being a nonprofit, we don't take any equity interest in our companies. That's Mars Discovery District, okay? So we work to support companies, and this is where the government funding is important, is to give them the runway that they have the services they require when they need it. So it's very different than a lot of accelerators. We want to make the clear distinction from an incubator accelerator to what an innovation hub might look like. And so we don't have time-bound services, and we don't take equity. So how do we keep pressure on them? Well, that's because we have the right infrastructure to work with the ventures when they need it, and we also exit some that aren't as interested. So working in IP is actually something that it actually comes to us with IP done. So I can't speak much to all the IP world because Mars is a little bit downstream from that. So we're more where a company has an MVP, a minimum viable product, and they have some investment forming. The key point that we want to make is that government grants and government infrastructure is not as strong a signal for commercial success as private capital. That generates a very different lens to whether there's a market for that product to fit. And you can always iterate on that. So as long as there's something happening in that early phase, that's where we get interested. At the early IP side, there's a lot of new things coming. So like safe rounds, for example. Those are becoming more popular to have industry and startups work on similar problems, or academic institutions to protect IP for individuals. So that's as much as I can get into, because our staging is less about forming a company like a venture studio and more about taking a company from, let's say, pre-revenue to 5 million in revenue, from 5 to 20, and then 20 to 100. That's where we exist in the market.
Yeah, we're a non-for-profit organization as well, but remember, we're an academic research center. So we do take equity in the startups that are created based on IP produced in the center. But as I said before, we don't handle issues and collaborations only with our spin-offs. We do that with basically an array, a wide range of Greek deep tech startups today. Those we support in getting investments, getting investors, but we never take equity from in these kind of situations. Now, for a country that is still quite poor, we have to admit that as Greece, to be a public institution without your own endowment, without your own funds yet created, it's very difficult to create an IP portfolio. You have to be very selective, very, very competitive where you place your money at, as far as the IP produced in the center. But I think we have developed a very good mechanism, anywhere from invention disclosure all the way to licensing IP, with good advisors here in Canada and in Europe and in the United States, so that we take the steps fast. And of course, very often we make mistakes, but we move on.
That's innovation.
Yep.
George, we heard earlier in the prior session that, and from the Kathamerini article today, that there are 7 cities outside of Greece with over 100,000 people of Greek heritage. Is there any part of the, of the strategy to tap into that diaspora and try to get some innovation to come back into Greece and to make Greece the place to?
Yeah, we see that already. We see startups moving to Greece from the United States, from Canada. There are not many, but there are such examples. I don't want to specifically mention, the names of such companies, although I could. But if you are trying to become a competitive ecosystem, you have to think globally. I mean, you have. And it's not only the diaspora, it's you have to be successful around the globe. You cannot. It's always very helpful to collaborate with the diaspora, and we see that things are done easier, they're done faster. There is a better level of communication when you negotiate with the diaspora. It's always a lot of goodwill.
Yeah.
And we, I think, take good advantage of that, us and the diaspora.
Well, I just want to say it's quite impressive. From what I recall of your institution, over 10 years ago, this was a very bureaucratic, sort of institution without the entrepreneurial startup support spirit it has today. So quite a transformation and something to be quite proud of.
It was almost in 2014, I think, Democritos, as many other public institutions of Greece, were basically bankrupt. They saw their budgets, which was exclusively from the state at the time, being cut by 60%. That eliminated huge programs of fellowships, postdoctoral fellowships. It was like cutting your veins.
Yeah.
So things are getting better, but hopefully the rest of the public research ecosystem has to follow up, and especially the universities, because this is the big places. This is where there are lots of researchers. There's a lot of work being done. We see a lot of reluctancy, a lot of conservatism in the Greek universities still, because they are managed there's a lot of red tape. Yeah. More red tape at the universities than at the research centers. So though both of these are public. Democritos was actually inaugurated in early 60s as a center for nuclear research. And it's very interesting that you mentioned nuclear program in the previous panel. We talk a lot with Mr. Christidis about reviving the discussion for a nuclear program of Greece. And it's interesting to note that the research nuclear reactor of Greece has now been decommissioned. It went into extended shutdown in 2004, and we had spent fuel, which we had. Was spent nuclear waste, which we had to send back to the United States. That was quite a tough operation, but we also had fresh nuclear fuel, and this, which was very useful, we donated it to McMaster University here in Hamilton. Yes, and they loved it. Yes, so they are using it.
Excellent, great. It's impressive to hear all the collaboration between Greece and Canada. Maybe John, getting out of the academic and scientific realm back to the commercial. What you shared earlier about the example of the impact technology going to Greece. What other similar situations are you aware of where Greece, Canada has maybe products or services or digital technology that can be licensed to Greece to help it accelerate in its strategic initiatives, or even vice versa, if you're aware of anything from the other side?
I'm not aware. The opportunities exist, definitely. I'm not very intimate with other groups and kind of other agencies where I'm aware of similar products, but as long as I guess the business need exists, there's always a solution out there that can better help. And I know Canada, for example, and I know Ontario's done a remarkable job of developing a lot of platforms. But in the same token, I see what Greece has done as well. Having transacted in Greece in the last couple of years, their exercise of digitizing that platform has been incredible. When you deal with gov.gr now, it's a whole other world than what it was 8 years ago. So I'd also say that Greece has a lot to offer that other countries can look at where they can benefit from some of that exercise, because it's quite impressive, actually, what they've done in the last few years and how easy it is to transact in Greece now versus 10 years ago whenever you're involved with real estate transactions or even updating your passport or whatever the case might be. So I think there's benefits that can, benefits that can be shared across the board between Greece and Canada. It's just understanding and knowing, I guess, what avenue you want to go down.
Maybe a business opportunity for someone in this room to exploit. I thought we only have a few minutes left, so I thought I'd ask the audience if there's any questions. I appreciate this discussion may not be as controversial as the last panel or interesting, but please, if there are any questions. Sorry, it's hard to see here. I see one over here. Yes, go ahead.
Ian, you said something that quantum computing has no viable at this juncture. But in the same breath, you said that you're going to start seeing AI creating its own. So you're basically telling me in the same breath when you use
Yeah, so no, I think it's completely fair, and I think it's right now. I think we would both agree that quantum is sort of, if you're tracking quantum from an adoption level, there is no clear pathway for it, but there's a ton of outcomes that are waiting on the other side. Now you have a race. You now have the race of all time, which is, so computation is changing. We have quantum computing, which has a totally different model, and you've got the GPU focuses or the ASIC focused AI world. And they're going to compete for supremacy. Pardon?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, this is good for both of us. There will be a work together, but they don't speak the same language. So that's a very clear distinction, is understanding the guts of how a quantum computer works. If you look at the classical use, or AI, there's quantum-inspired software companies that do that, but you typically can't put AI language models directly on quantum machines right now. You need a translator.
Just because we're almost out of time, maybe there one very quick.
I'll think they're going to work in collaboration, to be honest with you, but is quantum computing what AI was 10 years ago? And if so, what's Ontario doing to invest in quantum computing or the diaspora? Because I think quantum computing is the future.
So I think you can open that question right to the quantum companies directly. I don't think Mars needs to comment on what's going to win. So working for us, I think when we follow the companies we support, we are very excited about what quantum the opportunity is. But we also get into the same problem where there's a pace of perfection. So we try to, great is the enemy of good, okay? So in the quantum field, you have a lot of work being done to create the best quantum computers. And that's going to be at a race at odds with AI, right? And both will want to work together. But if you look at the success rate of quantum companies right now, we still have yet to see deep adoption from corporates using quantum to solve their problems. The number one use case that quantum solves right now is cybersecurity, so encryption, so cryptography, maybe speak a bit more. And we're still seeing a laggard effect in the adoption of quantum. So I think we have a deeper problem to solve, is adoption, not quantum itself.
That's what they said about AI 10 years ago. Here we are.
George, anything to add before we wrap up?
Yeah, I think Canada is going really strong in quantum, and it's not only Ontario. I think British Columbia is also, Vancouver seem to be getting incredibly strong with quantum, and we do see the effects from that. I think you must agree. So there are many ways open and avenues for collaborations.
Amazing.
In these exciting fields, yeah.
Amazing.
One last thing, ethics. Yes. I think we talk AI so much, and maybe for the diaspora and for Greece, ethics is so important. The Greek strategy for AI puts a lot of attention on the human-centric character of these new technologies. And there are many initiatives that are going to take place. They have started already. Let me just mention one because it might be of interest to all of us. The Lyceum project, it's going to demonstrate how Aristotelian ethics are working to answer some of the very tough questions and the very tough challenges that AI is posing today, not from a nationalistic point of view, but from the ecumenical, character of the Aristotelian ethics. So that's something we didn't discuss. There's a lot of, there should be, communities and cultures should be collaborating very strongly on ethics for these disruptive technologies.
A topic for next year's panel. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming today. Thank you all for listening. I'd like to ask Vasilis Tsanios to come up to introduce our next keynote speaker. Thank you all.
Well, folks,
Earlier today, we spoke about critical raw materials for the energy transition and energy security. We gave the example of copper for electrification. And with that, I guess the best way to follow that earlier session is the fact that we have the pride and honor to have Minister of Energy and Electrification of Ontario, Minister Lecce, with us today. You know, the minister and I go back about 7 or 8 years ago, and you really know who your friends are, especially in politics, when they don't only show up at celebrations, at festivals, at business opportunity summits like today, but they also show up when times are difficult, when times are bad. And I remember, and I really want to recognize when Minister Lecce, and of course MVP Triadopoulos, omnipresent at all Greek-Canadian affairs and more. But I really want to highlight the fact that when the Danforth Sad Day shooting was in July of 2018, Minister Lecce was there, and he was calling folks and asking how can he help personally, not just in the capacity of being a newly elected official at the time, only a few weeks in. And so I think that speaks volumes about who your friends are, not only in good times, but also in difficult times. Minister Lecce, we will have the opportunity to hear from him today about what Ontario is doing to deliver affordable energy while also increasing capacity and helping industry. You know how we spoke earlier about the need for baseload energy to attract industry and manufacturing. And so what the minister is doing and the effort that him and his government are leading in Ontario to do that. We are very fortunate on the timing. The minister is on a road show, not just in Ontario, but also in the US. He came back from it recently, speaking on Ontario's strategy to deliver an affordable energy future, and we look forward to hearing more about that. A final comment, and something that is also topical for Greece and the current developments of the Greek government. Just before this portfolio, the minister was Minister of Education, and the last thing that he did as Minister of Education was the financial literacy high school program and test, which is now becoming mandatory in partnership not just with, of course, educators, but banks, and that is to prevent things like fraud, teaching investment at a young age, compound interest math, budgets. And so that is something that the current Greek government is starting to explore, and we hope that there will be knowledge sharing between the Greek government and the Ontario government on that too, and energy. With no further of my probably unnecessary ado, Minister Stephen Lecce.
Well, thank you so much. It's an honor to be with you. I must admit I'm shocked that you invited an Italian to this Greek event, but thank you for your welcome, for your leadership, and really for the ability to strengthen our democratic partnership in the province of Ontario with the people of Greece and your economy. Really an emerging time. And I will say, Senator, it's nice to see him today. I didn't expect to see so many Democrats come to Canada so soon after the election, but you are welcomed here anytime, Senator, as any of my Greek friends are today. But look, thank you to the Toronto Economic Forum. Thank you, of course, to Simeon, to John, Vasilios. Thank you for the kind introduction. We go back many years. The Italian-Greek friendship has never been stronger. But I'm here really on behalf of the Premier, who I know addressed this esteemed group earlier. I'm here with some of my very hardworking colleagues in Ontario's Parliament, and I do want to recognize them. The first is the Parliamentary Assistant in the Ministry of Energy, Rudy Cazzetto. I want to introduce Effie Triadopoulos, who is with us today and a strong leader, not just for innovation in the economy and for expanding trade with all nations, but most particularly as a proud daughter of Greece. And of course, Aris Babikian, a member of Provincial Parliament, someone who has been critically involved in strengthening relations in Greece and Canada and frankly many nations, including our media. So thank you to them for joining us today. And I want to just speak a bit about the vibrance and the pride we have in the Greek community. I mean, the diaspora of 130,000 people strong have made our country better, a more democratic, a more free place to do business. And I speak about, in all fields of human endeavor, Greeks have, in our province and country, punched above their weight. And you see it in government, you see it in business, and you especially see it in the energy expansion taking hold today. And I want to speak a bit about that. because really the vision for Ontario is to build out a clean energy future where we already are among the cleanest energy grids on Earth. But our driver will not be ideology, it will be a pragmatic embrace of the market and of affordability. That is the central driving public policy priority of our government. It is to make sure the energy rates that attract investment, and even for our families and for our seniors, remains affordable. And so we have brought forth the Affordable Energy Act, which telegraphs with clear intention where we're going, laying out a vision for energy generation. Because what we're trying to avert in this province, a phenomena that happens too often in the world, is short-sighted, disjointed, sort of decisions made on electoral cycles instead of decisions made on the economic needs of a country for 20 and 30 years. So we said we're going to do something different in this government. And the Premier, who I know many of you would have heard earlier, spoke about reimagining how we do government and how do we do business in this province. And part of it was the requirement for a long-term integrated energy plan where all of our fuels, electricity, natural gas, work together, where we drive synergization between all those resources to provide affordable options, because we want to continue to attract investment. We also want to continue to provide affordable energy rates for Ontario families. And so, because of our results, we have, about a decade ago, we were the first jurisdiction in the continent's North America to entirely remove coal from our grid. This is now an undertaking that the government of Greece has initiated that will be done in the 2030s, and we recognize the leadership of the Greek government. This is an important step forward to reduce emissions. So we've done that. We've been doing that for many years. In 2023, 90% of our grid was non-emitting. And so this is an incredible testimony to the importance of clean energy for Ontario families. But we need to produce much more energy, 75% more energy between now and 2050. And this is not an insignificant challenge, but we see it as an opportunity because we have been thinking about tomorrow since the day we got elected in government in 2018. And what we need, and we have to have an honest discussion about, is we need reliable base load power. Yeah, I mean, obviously we support all forms of energy, but we need to have reliability on the grid, which is why in Ontario we've embraced nuclear energy for generations. It's why hydroelectric have been a part of our mix for generations, and we're going to be doing much more of both, with nuclear energy playing a critical role. Just to contextualize, colleagues, 50% of energy in Ontario is coming from non-emitting nuclear, 25% from renewable energy, 10% from natural gas, which we only use for peak purposes. So when we don't have enough of that baseload energy, when the wind is not windy enough and the sun is not shining enough, and there's a delta of energy, that's when we fire up natural gas to use for roughly 10%. But the overwhelming majority is clean, non-emitting, and obviously it's been an ability to attract investment to our province. And we will say to you that, we have really two paths before us as a province. And the purpose of why we came here today, in part because of the brilliant, relentless lobbying of Effie and Addis for us to show up today. But in addition to that, the truth is we came here because we have a message to demonstrate, to share with our Greek friends and with the world, that we are and we have a plan, a credible plan of building on time and on budget nuclear expansions and refurbishments, including small modular reactors. We take note of the Prime Minister's most recent remarks, incrementally embracing the potential of nuclear. And that in itself is something we want to celebrate in the province, because we really see that as the next phase of our non-emitting future if we seek to decarbonize our economy. So we've attracted $45 billion of investment in EVs because of, not in spite of, our clean, affordable energy. We've created more manufacturing jobs last year in Ontario than all 50 US states combined have done. We have created the conditions really where we are becoming this renaissance of economic growth really fueled by nuclear energy, and we're proud of this success. We really see it as a net gain. But the truth is we need to expand this world-class energy grid. We need to do more. And so I come today with a plan to do that. And in part, it's because we have initiated the first small modular reactor in the G7. We've sort of embraced the first mover's advantage. And we're building the first in the industrialized world, really like an hour and 20 minutes from here at the Darlington Nuclear Generating Station. We're going to build a fleet of 4 SMRs, small modular reactors, being built as I speak, on time and on budget. And like many countries who are building or who have concepts of small modular reactors, we're physically building it. It's going to be in service by the end of the decade, producing 300 megawatts of non-emitting clean power That's 300,000 homes. So and of course, one may not be enough for the Greek economy or for the Ontario economy, so we're building a fleet, and they're stackable and scalable. And so we're really making this pitch to the world. And next week, Rudy and I will be in Poland, where we're going to help secure more agreements, because the world is looking to Ontario as a clean energy superpower. And we're going to be helping in Poland, in the Czech Republic. We have agreements with Estonia, and we hope to secure more with other nations in Europe, and as we do with many parts of Canada and East Asia. And my point, colleagues, is just to say what I think we have learned as of late as observers of the world over the past few years with great levels of war and division is that we need to, as democracy, I may speak to the people who founded democracy, we need to embrace democratic values when we trade and export and be more intentional. So we decouple dependence on these despotic regimes abroad who seek to undermine our way of life. I mean, it is so foolish to see nations financing the war machine of Vladimir Putin in Europe today. And so I know you have natural gas in Greece. We do too in Canada, the fifth largest holder of natural gas. My point is we need to work together as democracies to decouple that dependence and be very clear-minded that we do not want to finance the Chinese or the Iranians, and I speak about the regimes, not the people, or of course the Kremlin, because we recognize, I think all of us as supporters of democracy, that we need to be much smarter about how we invest and how we work together. And Canada is a democratic friend, an embracer of democracy and human rights and the rule of law. And that's why we're here today, to say, let's work together. Let's smarten up as a nation of friends and collaborate together. We also are leading large-scale nuclear expansion. We have the largest continental nuclear expansion in our history happening as we speak at Bruce Power, Western Ontario, if you will. And in that part of Ontario, you will see a massive undertaking to expand nuclear energy. Roughly 5,000 megawatts of additional power will be generated by what will be called Bruce C, the next iteration of power, non-emitting power. So we're excited about this. We're also excited that we're refurbishing Darlington. We're refurbishing Pickering. These are nuclear generating stations that have been a part of our history for 30-odd years. And we're going to extend the life of those assets for another 30-odd years. And so I speak about this because we understand the importance of non-emitting energy. We also have launched the largest competitive energy procurement in Canadian history. And we actually did this in the township of King. And it was a beautiful announcement and a reminder to myself that our collaboration is what's going to enable lower rates for Ontario families. And I was very fortunate to meet with the team at Metlin, who one of your pride and joys, will be able to compete, because we are an open market for your investment, so that you can now compete in what will be the largest energy procurement in our history for 5,000 megawatts, and it's technology agnostic, meaning be it renewables or natural gas, which is pretty much all of their diversified business offerings. Any form of energy can deliver as long as you hit the timelines of building energy by 2034. So we are really reflecting on the strengths in our relationship. We are advancing the cause of democratic values. And I came here simply to express gratitude for our relationship, for our collaboration, for our hundreds of years of enduring values. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to make this pitch to you. Thank you for your interest in our country. And Minister, as a proud alumnus of the University of Toronto, may I say, you are welcomed here anytime, and it was an honor to meet with you. So thank you all. I appreciate you. Thanks so much.
Well, up next, my favorite Greek journalist, Katerina Sokou, leader on the board of the Hellenic Initiative, a friend of the forum, introducing our next discussion.
Hello, good afternoon. It's a great pleasure for me to call to the States here the alternate Minister of National Economy and Finance, Mr. Nikos Papathanasis, and the Minister of International Trade, Export Promotion, Small Business and Economic Development, Ms. Mary Enck. Now it's working. Okay. It's a pleasure to have you here, Minister. I understand you were recently in Greece. Meeting
Beautiful
with
Athens.
Mr. Papathanasis too, and during the course of our discussions today, we've heard about some quite encouraging statements about the progress being made on bilateral relations and bilateral economic relations, that is. Can you tell us a little bit more about where we stand right now?
Indeed, indeed. Well, first of all, I'm so thrilled to be here with my good friend, Minister Papathanasis. The last time we were together, we were in Athens. And I think he brought the weather because it was very hot in Athens and there's no snow here and it's pretty warm. So not only his warm heart, but really the warm weather. So very, very good to see you here. And I've got a couple of my Member of Parliament colleagues here in Julie de Brusen and Annie Koutrakis. So it's I feel like I'm flanked by some wonderful, wonderful colleagues. And you know, I thought I would start to answer your question with some of the numbers. Because numbers don't lie. So the relationship between Canada and Greece, for certain, is terrific. And by the numbers, since CETA, so the agreement between Canada and the European Union, we have seen trade between Greece and Canada increase by 68%. In addition, we in the agriculture agri-food sector, which is really impressive. And then I thought about it. I said, well, of course, I can see why it's so impressive. But $229 million of Canada imports. So we buy $229 million of agri-food products, and this is just the agri-food line. But that's primarily, you know, olives and cheese, of course. And I thought, well, you know, with 300,000, Greek diaspora in Canada, of course this. But the one line that did surprise me was kiwi. I thought, oh yeah, right. There's some great production there. But in terms of increase of exports on agri-food product, it's 57%. So you're seeing the numbers of trade between Canada and Greece increase. And then the most impressive line, and I said this when I was in Greece, 226% increase alone on the cheese line. So this underpins what I think is a very, very strong trade relationship between Canada and Greece. And whether it is investments in agri-foods, as I just talked about, or in many other sectors in trade and investment, it is doing well. Probably one of the most impressive things I saw was the partnership between Aegean Airlines and CAE, and the creation of a partnership of a training center where they're going to train somewhere in the order of 3,500 civil aviation pilots right out of the airport in Athens. And it was so impressive because when I looked out through the tower, it is also solar. It is solar powered. So I think there's a lot of really exciting things that's happening in Greece, and a lot of exciting things that Canada wants to collaborate and partner in. So I hope with some of the numbers I've shared with you how I think this important relationship and trade is taking place.
All right, thank you very much for this starting points. And Mr. Papathanasis, you've been a great friend of the Toronto Economic Forum, if not the founder of it, as Mr. Tomoko said earlier. But are you, where do we stand right now, not only on trade, but also on investment opportunities that are opening up between the two countries?
First of all, allow me to thank my dear friend, Minister Ing, for the warm welcome. She makes me feel like home, although it was my home for many years.
That helps.
And I would say that she could be a great Greek minister, promoting Greece. So I would like also to thank her for all the work she's been doing in order for us to proceed and make steps forward to resolve certain misunderstandings, because I think this is what's all about, misunderstandings about the application and some technical difficulties we're facing in order to ratify CETA. One thing I could say as a Greek minister is that we're having an agreement, Greece with Canada. Canada has $2 trillion in GDP, And Greece, of course, approximately 1/10 of that. And also, the exports of the agricultural food indicates that with the application of CETA, the way it's being applied has increased approximately 70% the trade balance. The trade balance, of course, is underwhelming, because 1 billion in trade balance between two countries of such a magnitude, especially Canada, is something that means that we need more work. And what is very important is that Greece, of course, is changing continuously, has created a very friendly environment for businesses and investment, has a center-right government that loves to see investors to come. And I have the feeling that maybe we have not explained exactly the face of Greece today. This is something we are lacking. Maybe we should do some work more on that, because Minister In came to Greece, visited the country, saw the capacity of the country, and at the same time, I have Mr. Nanos presented a survey indicating that the perception of the Canadian people seeing Greece has improved the last years. But in the survey, we noticed that still we have to do a lot of work to improve this figure. So, the picture. So I would say that we are at a stage, and the visit of the Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis and the discussion he had with Prime Minister Trudeau assisted in that, improving this picture. But I think we should work more and closer in order to improve this picture and, of course, resolve all these problems. And I think Minister In is working towards this direction, and certainly I'm working towards direction. And I think we had some technical meetings. The CEO of SIPO met with the competent ministers and the technical teams, and a new meeting will happen in December. I think it's our obligation to assist in resolving these technical problems. More than that, it's very important to realize that a sovereign country has all the institutions to follow up on the CETA issue. And I think this, dear Minister, should be passed to the Greek officials and explained. So I think this is a step that we have to make together.
So from what you're saying already, I understand that ratifying CETA, resolving whatever misunderstandings is of interest to both countries, and you consider that a key to unlocking further growth in the trade relationship between the two countries. What other priorities are there that you're working on, and what are the sectors that you're focusing on to explore further on the bilateral relationship?
So I agree wholeheartedly with Minister Papathanasis. I feel very confident that we will do the work necessary on CETA. And when I was in Greece, we had this really great conversation, because you were sharing with me just the point you made just a moment ago, which was that that Greece, has made changes and is, and that your administration is one that is very open to investment, and that in Canada, is there greater opportunity for investments? And I would say, absolutely. I mean, businesses and investors tell me all the time. I mean, they are looking for a structure in trade agreements, because they understand that to give them the certainty that they always look for. So I'm very confident we're going to do that. But I thought I would give you a proof point. I mean, and a couple of them. One I already said, which is the partnership between Aegean and CAE, and in that investment. But the airport in and of itself, when I flew into the airport and I had a meeting there with Dr. Paraskis, right? Yeah, Dr. Paraskis. The airport in Athens is a subsidiary of AIA. It is 100% wholly owned by the Canadian Public Sector Pension Investment Board. So if a Canadian pension fund is going to invest in something like a critical infrastructure, as in the Athens airport, it really does speak to, and this is something that also happened quite recently, but what Minister Papathanasis was telling me was just, you know, the journey that you have gone through as a country, and the climate that you're creating for that greater investment certainty. And when I look at the kinds of businesses, and I talk to businesses here, I have a saying in Canada. I say, you know, Canada, we're the best traders in the world because we come from around the world, including those wonderful, you know, diaspora. But it isn't just the diaspora, it is the Canadian business community. So whether it is in clean tech, in green energy, renewables, in aerospace, in defense, in agriculture, of course, and in tourism. Like when I was there, that incredible growth that you are now developing, something of a Riviera, I think you said to me. My time was too short. I had to go to G7, so I couldn't actually spend the extra day, much to my dismay, because trust me, I would have preferred to do that. But I think that what you shared with me was really important, and I think it's good for the Canadians to hear about that journey. To your question, like, you know, there's opportunities for growth, and I think the conditions are all there.
Mr. Papathanasis, can you tell us some more background about these opportunities and how the government has been attracting foreign direct investment and how it's been changing the fiscal situation in Greece?
Yeah, I would like to go a step back and say that exactly what the minister said, that what she experienced in Greece is a climate that is completely different from what the perception of the people have about Greece. Is very friendly to the business community country, and keep that in mind, that it was this government that tried and has been resolving all the problems that Eldorado Gold had all this time. And this indicates our desire to assist in difficult investments. And of course, he was talking about the Hellenic project. Is the largest urban restructuring project of Europe, an amazing project that whenever in Europe one could try to run a project like that, could see that problems could arise, especially environmental problems. And there, again, this government resolve these problems, and this project is going through. So also keep in mind, and that is something very important, that any Canadian company that tried to operate and do business in Greece, finally at the end became a profitable operation. And I'm going back to Mr. Premwatsa, that trusted Greece at difficult times. And not only he didn't hesitate to continue, but he's enlarging his operation in Greece. So I could say that we have quite a space for energy projects. Tourism, of course, this is classical tourism, but fintech, I would say, you know, environmental projects are very interesting at this time. And also Greece, and I had a very interesting discussion with Minister Lecce. Greece is trying, and will be, an energy hub, and a country that could provide the security to countries that are very dependent on Russian gas. And we are adding an FSRU in Alexandroupoli exactly to be on the safe side when whatever problems arise. So Greece is becoming an energy hub. We are moving quite fast in entering a system, renewable energy resources into our grid system. We would have gone much faster, but don't forget, we went through a 10, 12-year financial crisis, so we didn't have the investment necessary in the grid system, but we are moving ahead. Our country now has approximately 50% of the energy needed covered by renewable energy. Very soon we'll go up to 70%. We have a need of 8 gigawatt of energy, but we have the capacity to produce 10 gigawatt. Plus, we are going to support the cable between Greece and North Africa, Egypt. And also we are increasing our capacity to accommodate, as I said, with FSRU natural gas. But so it's a country that's changing continuously. We are simplifying things. Red tape, we're trying to cut. It's not easy. We are entrusting the private sector more and more. It's a country, it's a DNA of this government to trust the private sector. And this is what we're doing, and I think the fact that we have 2.3% growth, when the average European growth is 0.8, so we do have 3 times the growth of Europe, and that is something that is happening in 2024. And in 2025, again, we'll have approximately 2.5 times the growth of Europe. Indicates that all these structural funds that that are entering our economy, practically we have 95 billions. I mentioned that in my speech in the morning, entering our economy. We are a reformist government. We like reforms. When we go to the European ministerial councils and some countries hesitate to talk about packages with reforms, we are there for the reforms. We are reforming. We're not afraid of reforms. So in that sense, Greece has a great future. I think, dear friend, Minister Inc., the next time you will come to Greece, we will visit together the Hellenic-Con project. I don't want you to feel that you haven't seen this project. It's a great project.
I know, I'm looking forward to it. It's a reason to go back to Greece. There's lots of reasons to go back to Greece. That's being one of them too.
If I may follow up a little bit on the trade part of the relationship, I noticed that there's big growth in trade and services between the two countries, and that of course includes both travel and tourism. We had some discussions earlier today about the opportunity of having a year-round direct connection between Canada and Greece. That would boost trade and investment as well as tourism, especially at a time when climate change is making it easier for people to visit even in the middle of winter in Greece. I can testify to that. It's a very mild winter that Canadians would enjoy. Are there any opportunities there that you see or obstacles that you are tackling in order to engage in further trade and in specifically service?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. And around around transport, I think that's absolutely right. I think the more the more bridges you get to create between our two countries and having the ability to fly in would certainly help that a lot. And I certainly heard that when I was in Greece. So know that I am following that up. And it doesn't surprise me at around services at all, because it is an innovative economy. It is, it is dynamic, and tourism may only be one part of it. But think about the ICT sector. Think about the strength in human capital around engineering, right? I mean, or just a whole range of services. And Canada is now a part of Horizon Europe, which is a very, very big and significant research collaboration. I think it's in the ballpark of, don't quote me, I can't remember the, actually, I probably have the number here. $140 billion. So $140 billion with, with Horizon Europe, where Canada and the member states, including in Greece, will be doing, will be collaborating in that front, and that is going to generate a whole range of, of services trade, because it is underpinned by a knowledge economy. We were when I was in Greece, and certainly when Prime Minister Mitsotakis was here, he was the first country in Europe that signed the agreement for the sale of de Havilland water bombers. And I was just in Europe about a month ago to celebrate the full sale. So Greece has 7. And across Europe, it's 22. So Greece has bought Greece has made a significant purchase. But even when I was in Greece, I mean, and when you think about the weather these days, the water bombers that is purchased by Greece, but also the other member states and the European Union, and your ability to coordinate in an effort to fight fires is really, really extraordinary. And this is another area where, where Canada is contributing, in this case, the sale of water bombers, but there's an entire value chain to that. There's an entire supply chain to that. And when these sales happen, you don't look at just one part of the sale. You don't look at one product. You look at, sort of the value chain, the upstream and the downstream. And that is the way we look at this relationship between Canada and Greece. So as the minister said, for economies like ours, while we are doing well and while I brag at the beginning about these incredible numbers of how much we have increased, I think that we haven't reached our potential. I think the potential is there ahead of us, and it's for us to, governments don't do the business, but we can certainly create the right conditions for private sector, for the business community, and for businesses, and for social enterprises that I just see coming through as well in your economy. That's just very, very exciting. And I think that what it just says is that the potential is really there for us. And I can't think of a better partner than Minister Papathanasis.
Minister Papathanasis, your counterpart mentioned the Horizon Europe funds, and I know you're also, of course, in Greece, responsible for the EU funds, the substantial amount of EU funds that are coming into the Greek economy for the digital transformation, for the energy transition. Are there opportunities there for foreign companies when partnering with European companies, with Greek companies, to also tap into these resources or some other resources? Because we all know that businesses appreciate, especially in this investment climate, also some incentives in order to invest in a country.
Of course. I mentioned that we do have approximately 95 billion in euros coming from the RRF. I explained in the morning that 36 billion come from RRF, 26 from the partnership agreement, and then we have the national funds. So the incentives are open. And this is what I mean, that Greece is a member state of the European Union. And I'm not sure that the Canadian corporations and the Canadian business people have realized that Greece could be a hub. It's geostrategically located in an area that you could have access everywhere. Greece has very good relations with neighboring. Turkey is a little bit on the iffy side, but we have a very good relation with Middle East countries, and also it's a gateway for the European Union. So I could say that we should try and present Greece as a hub for Canadian businesses to enter, if they want, the European Union. Also, we have talents, and that was the financial crisis has very many negative things, but we see large corporations come in and establish their operation in Greece. For example, Pfizer, an American company, came to Thessaloniki with an initial plan of creating a small structure, approximately, of 200 researchers. Now they are reaching 1,500 and growing more. Why? Because they could find the talent. So I'm saying that Greece could be a location that a corporation could use, quote, in order to enter other markets, especially the Middle East. Now, going back to your question, Ms. Soku, Horizon Europe is a very significant project. Minister Ing gave the magnitude of the project, and it's open to collaboration. Recently, it was signed by Commissioner Ivanova and Minister François Sampin. So it's open, and I think the Greek institutions, research institutions are open for collaboration. And I think in the discussion we had earlier, for example, with what Minister Lecce said earlier about how could we talk about research in issues like nuclear, whatever development for energy production, I think we could start in the research collaboration. We could see institutions collaborate and provide research. I think we could do these steps in order to move ahead. And artificial intelligence is something that is very important. And I think in that sense, ICT and other industries could collaborate, institutions could collaborate in order to utilize the Horizon Europe and be there. So we need to proceed with steps that will assist us in understanding each other more.
Thank you. And Minister Ing, a final question for you. Similar one in the sense that we see Greek businesses that are some of the most extrovert, that are already exploring opportunities and investing in Canada at the same time. And you're also in charge, you have a big portfolio, and you're also in charge of grants, Canadian grants going to small businesses, but not only. Are there opportunities for Greek companies who want to invest in Canada to tap into these funds? And to go back into your big portfolio, because I don't want to miss the chance to ask you the question, given what happened south of the border and given that you're responsible for international trade, where do you see international trade going, and how do you think like traditional allies and partners like Canada and Greece are working on to keep the markets open, to keep the trade open as possible, to make use of the friendshoring if we need to do so, and to oppose protectionism that seems to, or fight against protectionism?
So, how do I start the answer to that one? So maybe the answer to the question of businesses from Greece finding a spot in Canada to grow and to invest, I think that that's excellent, because this is it. Trade is really about two-way trade, and we are living in a world today where the rules-based trading order is something that we have to work even harder to work on, to strengthen, so that trade indeed stays both open, but also fair. And what do I mean by that? I mean, Canada has spent. Well, let me take a step back. It's really important to Canada because we are 40 million people. 1 out of 6 jobs is related to trade. 2/3 of our economy is related to trade. So it's very, very dependent. So Canada has spent, and certainly under the leadership of Prime Minister Trudeau, we have spent a lot of effort to make sure that we are, on the one hand, strengthening rules-based trade, but also creating and opening markets for Canadian companies to grow into those markets. But it goes both ways, because I often say, if you're going to do business with Canada, then you're coming into a safe jurisdiction, one that with rules that you can count on and depend on, and that you would then co-invest, or you would create a joint venture. And Canada is the only G7 country, even today, the only G7 with a comprehensive trade agreement with every other G7 country. We have access to the North American market through the Canada-US trade agreement, Mexico, that used to be called NAFTA. If today you're in the United States, you call it USMCA. If you're in Canada, you call it CUSMA. If you're in Mexico, you call it TMEC. But it's NAFTA 2.0. That's what it is. But we also have, of course, CETA, and access to that incredible market that is the European Union, but also through CPTPP, the Pacific Rim. So countries like Japan and Singapore and Australia and New Zealand, Malaysia, Vietnam, so growing markets. I'm at the negotiating table right now with countries like Indonesia. So, you know, next to the United States, which is a little over 300 million people, Indonesia is 270 million people. We're at the negotiating table with the ASEAN countries, so the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. What does that mean? It means that if you're doing business with Canada, you're doing business with the network of trade agreements, and that is also about fortifying the rules-based trading order, strengthening these relationships. And then maybe the point I would make that actually brings it home is, why is it important? I mean, why is it beneficial for Canada and Greece? Well, if we care through our trade agreements, which we do, because this is what we negotiated, strong environmental protections, strong protections for our workers, that is the price of fairness, right? Inclusive trade that actually creates opportunities for small and medium-sized businesses. What do you care about? You care about resilient supply chains. You care about doing business and having your partners in your supply chains that you can rely on those fundamental principles that, you know, that's shared by Canada and Greece, certainly in the European Union, Canada and the Americas, here in North America with the United States. So I think it's the ability of strengthening our trade, but under a set of principles and values that underlie what we that is important to the Canadian people, and for sure, I think it's a shared principle, you know, to those in whether you're in the United States or whether you're in Greece. I mean, but I think that the idea of friendshoring is really about resilient supply chains, but premised on a set of principles that really matter, which include our workers and the environment, because everyone is trying to build out a green economy around the world.
Beautiful. So I understand that our time is up. I wish you best of luck in negotiating NAFTA 3.0.
Oh no, it's only a review. There's no negotiating.
And I hope this gives a new impetus in concluding the CETA and signing it with the European Union as well. So thank you very much. Can I call to the podium Ms. Tula Alexopoulos, Fellow Director at HI Canada?
That I bring my colleagues up here too for a quick picture?
That'd be great. Yeah,
okay.
let's do it.
Julie and
I think I'm going to start here. Good afternoon and welcome to the panel discussion on mitigation policies for climate crisis and natural disasters. I'm Tula Alexopoulos, Director of the Hellenic Heritage Foundation and Chair Did I say Hellenic Heritage Foundation? That's because I am a director of the Hellenic Heritage Foundation. I'm also a director of the Hellenic Initiative Canada, and I'm also the chair of the Grants Committee. THI Canada recently expanded its mandate to be able to support environmental protection and climate change initiatives, so I'm delighted to be chairing the panel this afternoon. I would like to introduce our distinguished panel. Julie de Bruzen, she's the Member of Parliament for Toronto Danforth and Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change and the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources. Abigail Koholik, Senior Director of Ecopia AI. Ecopia is a leader in leveraging AI to digitize the world, converting geospatial imagery into maps to drive decision-making. And we have Maria Kara, who has joined us from Greece, a humanitarian and advocate for social change and co-founder of Emphasis Not-Profit, dedicated to empowering vulnerable groups in Greece. So thank you very much. And I'm just going to take a seat here and take my mic. Great, I think the mics are working well. We have agreed to an interactive discussion in 3 parts, each part about 10 minutes, focusing on the strengths of the panelists. So we will address the big picture policy objectives and targets with respect to climate policy, and then concrete examples at the local level to tackle climate change. We're going to look at the power of AI to help humans find solutions, and on the ground level, look at the responses from those on the ground to devastating natural disasters and opportunities for coordinated efforts. So let's begin now with our first part of the discussion. Let me just set a little bit of a context. As a signatory to the Paris Agreement, Canada's climate policy is aimed at reducing 40 to 45% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and net zero by 2050 to maintain global warming at 1.5 degrees centigrade. The EU has made similar commitments, although their targets are a little more aggressive than Canada's. The Canadian Climate Institute says that Canada has made big strides in cutting emissions, but that more and faster progress is needed, otherwise we're going to fall short of our targets. And of course, the elephant in the room is President-elect Trump, who denies climate change and supports an energy policy anchored on fossil fuels. So my question to you, Julie, is what is Canada's milestones in achieving its climate policy, and what do you see as the opportunities and the challenges for a coordinated response to achieve those targets?
Thank you. There was a whole lot there, and I think that I think maybe if I can start back to, I know that when I started with this work, I would feel a lot of anxiety about where we were seeing emissions going, what was happening. And in fact, back in 2015, when we formed government, emissions were tracking upwards. So at that point, we were seeing emissions going up. And what was really amazing about that Climate Institute report, the Canada Climate Institute, is it backed up exactly what came out when we put in our inventory with the UN, which is that Canada's emissions are actually tracking down now. So they're now below 2005 levels, and we are on track to meet our 2026 interim targets, which is huge. That was a really huge ship to turn around. But as mentioned, there's a whole lot more work to do to get to our 2030 targets. But I always like to just kind of start with that trajectory, because really it was about, it was moving up, and now it's coming back down. And there are a few big pieces to that. And I thought that report was really helpful in how to set it out. For those of you who are a bit older like me, you might remember if you lived in Toronto 20 years ago, I used to work in one of the buildings downtown, and you'd look out across Lake Ontario, and there would be this brown smudge across Lake Ontario over the summer. We used to have about 55 smog days every single year in Ontario. We're now down to 0. And the reason we're down to 0 is because Ontario moved away from coal-fired electricity to non-emitting sources. And so we're not fully non-emitting. We're on that trajectory still. And I think that Minister Lecce talked a lot about what that looks like. But moving away from coal-fired electricity was a very big piece of how Canada's actually moving away to reducing emissions. Ontario was at the forefront in that for sure. Alberta actually beat its targets and is off of coal-fired electricity ahead of time. So that's a lot of where the progress has been. We have an 84% non-emitting grid in Canada. That's one of the cleanest grids in the world. So that's the work that we've done. And that means, though, that the next part's harder, right? Like the last 16% on the grid, that's harder. You've heard a little bit, and I think Minister Lecce mentioned some of the programs that actually are the federal government working with our provinces, because we have to work with our provinces on everything to get to where we are. So the refurbishment at Darlington, working on SMR technologies, all of those are pieces where we're working together with provinces to try and improve our ratings to get to a fully non-emitting grid. But the next big piece, and when the Climate Institute did that report, they didn't have it, is what are we going to do about oil and gas emissions? Because those are still actually on the rise in Canada. And so how do we respond to that? 31% of Canada's emissions are from oil and gas. So this week, we just tabled our draft regulations on a cap on emissions from oil and gas. And I am just going to make sure I highlight this piece. It's not about production. It's not a cap on production, but it is a cap on the emissions from the oil and gas sector. And that is going to play a very important role in how we get there. I'm probably running out of time for the amount of time you wanted to give me here, so I'll just say one more quick thing. From Canada's perspective, a lot of the work that we're doing right now is how do we move our country away from combusting fossil fuels? So what you're seeing with the work we're doing on helping people move from oil heating, which is a lot more expensive, a lot more emitting, to a cheaper source of using heat pumps and moving to more efficient ways of heating their homes. You know, if you're in the city of Toronto, the largest source of emissions is from our buildings. So how do we tackle that? That's a big piece that we're working on. Also, how do we reduce emissions from transportation, from our vehicles? So all those pieces kind of have to fit together. And there's a lot more work to do, but I'm really excited that we've actually bent that curve.
Excellent to hear such good progress that is being made, and thank you for the segue, because right now I think what we need to look at is what you know. I'd like to hear insights and examples of how local authorities and stakeholders are working together to try to achieve concrete, practical steps towards achieving those targets. And so I'd like perhaps maybe Maria, you know, with access to EU funding for climate action, how is Greece responding? And if you can give us some specific examples of the direction that they're moving into.
Thank you very much. I'd like to first say a huge thank you to the Greek Canadian community for inviting me over and giving me this unique opportunity. I'm by no means an expert, so there I have notes. I've done my research. Actually, we were more, as a nonprofit, we were more interested in all energy poverty consequences and how that affected the Greek population. But I do have some great news. So I think when you were in Greece, Tula, in October, we already have Agios Evstratios, which is a tiny little island between Limnos and Lesbos that operated totally energy free and energy independent, may I say. And it's a little island of 250 inhabitants, but for 2.5 hours it managed to operate autonomously using solely green energy. So that's already a practical example of how the local community has been reacting to this. And then we've got Tilos as well, which is an island that it's been trying very, very hard for the last couple of years to go completely zero, just go zero. And it has a fully circular waste management system, which goes from door-to-door collection and resulting in the full recovery of all waste streams produced on the island. But the one that is probably more close to my heart is the Net Zero Energy Care Project, which actually THI Canada is actively involved, and it has been, it's a project that is being spearheaded by Tima Foundation, Bodosakis, Latsis, and THI Canada, together with the INZEP company. And actually what it has done, and it is in its pilot implementation, it does transform heavy fossil fuel energy consumption to sustainable and energy efficient consumption in older people's homes and care establishments, which means that all the savings, instead of being invested on operational expenses, it's now been invested on running the establishment in a much more efficient way, and taken into consideration that Greece spending on elderly long-term care is only 2% versus 15% in Europe. It obviously invites for many more such initiatives, and let's say, due to the way that emphasis is working on old people care, that this is really exciting and positive news.
Great. Well, thank you very much for actually bringing up that example, because that's a particular program very dear to our hearts. And we were very pleased to partner with TIMA and the others that you mentioned. And the social benefits are huge. So huge energy costs in these very old care homes. And once it became sort of net zero energy efficient, the savings from the high costs of energy were able to be pumped into programs for seniors. And so, and plus it significantly reduces the carbon footprint. So we're very, very happy to be able to have participated in that program. And there's so many of these programs at the local level that are taking place. So everybody's sort of doing their parts. Minister, before, Julie, before I pass it on to Abigail, is there something going on in Toronto Danforth in terms of an initiative that you might want to raise?
So I always love it when I get to talk about home. So, so there are actually a number of initiatives that are happening locally, and some of the cool pieces are working on passive house retrofits. So we have actually a lot of people who are working on how are we improving existing buildings, because actually when you look at where we're going to be, when you say net zero by 2050, you're actually, most of the buildings are going to be up and standing at that time, are already built. And so we have people in my community who are actually working on how do we retrofit buildings that are already standing, particularly with one social housing project that's in my community. How do we do it without having to displace people? Because that's a really big, important piece as well. So I love hearing about these projects. That was amazing. And yeah, there are people who are working on similar types of projects in Toronto Danforth. By the way, come visit some of the best restaurants and a really great place to visit.
Very good. So I'm now going to turn it to Abigail. Abigail, how is AI contributing to the fight against climate change, and how is Ecopia applying technology to solve the world's problems in climate change and emergency preparedness?
Thank you. Yeah, so AI, as I think we spoke a lot at that digital innovation segment earlier today, can have the power to help us just make better decisions. From the Ecopia perspective, we're using AI to create maps. And so why is that important? It's because before you could actually leverage AI to do this, you would have to pay, you'd have this trade-off. So you'd either be spending a lot of money, you'd have to lower your quality standards, or you'd have to minimize the scale of what you could do. So that meant that really, if you're looking at governments and when they were trying to shape their policies or their strategies, they might have been working on data that was 10 years old. When we look at the rate of change we're seeing now in society and how quickly we need to do development, that means a lot of paved surfaces contributing to flooding. We're also just changing our environment, and we're seeing wildfires happening with climate change. We need to have strategies in place to mitigate those risks, and then we also want to use map data to inform our evacuation strategies and our emergency responses. So what Ecopia does is we're building the built and natural environment, and so some case studies with actual collaboration with government, with the National Oceanic Atmospheric Association in the US, federal agency. We did all their coastal mapping, and historically they would have to be limited the same way the ESA uses that Sentinel data. It was a 30-meter map, and while that could tell you, this is some built-up space and this is some forest, if you wanted to actually plan your strategy and understand these are areas prone to flooding, this is where we need to do our watershed analysis, this is where we need to look at tree equity to make sure that we're cleaning our air and making sure that people have reprieve from heat. You wouldn't be able to do that with that level of data. So leveraging RAI, we were able to map over 3.8 million kilometers squared. We took it down to a 30 centimeter level instead of a 30 meter. And we did that for them in 6 months. And so that's revolutionizing what they could do. That's 900 times the magnitude of what they were looking at. But to bring it even back to Canada, and just, we've mapped Santorini, we've done some work in Greece. We do work with partners out of there, and we've done some work in Naples. But on the digital twin front, we're working with the federal government now to create an entire foundation for a digital twin. It's not going to be updated every minute yet, but it's that base map of these buildings so that you understand where you can put your solar panels, and is this roof a good place for this? Here's my defensible space when it comes to these wildfire strategies, and we'll do that for all the cities across Canada. So that's an exciting strategy. We're excited to help, and if you looked in Europe, the way RAI is enabling it to at that same quality of what you're seeing in Europe, you'd be spending that much for about a city and a half. So it's quite exciting because it's making the use of this data actually have that return on investment, so you want to use it, or you can justify using it.
Great. Well, thank you. It certainly sounds as if there's an incredible potential for AI. Now, Julie, I understand, and of course, just to put it in context again, Canada is a leader in AI. They were probably the first country to develop an AI strategy, and also they are a leader in terms of responsible use of AI. And I know I've heard from your assistant that you are a real advocate for AI, and perhaps you can give us your thoughts on some innovative ideas with respect to AI in achieving environmental and climate issues.
Thank you for that. I think it's really exciting when we hear about the kind of work that's happening. I think it really shows how much the world is changing so quickly. When I was talking about 20 years ago and seeing that, that brown smudge line, we weren't talking about the kind of AI that you're working with now, and that kind of really fast information that we need. I'm really happy you pointed out that Canada has been a leader on AI. I don't think we shout that out enough. But just this year, the Nobel Prize was won by a Canadian affiliated with University of Toronto, Professor Hinton, and we have as well Yoshua Bengio in Montreal, people who are really at the forefront and have pushed forward. And then we have all of these amazing newer businesses that are coming out and organizations to work on it. Some of it going to what you were talking about the kind of mapping that we need to be able to build climate adaptation, but also helping with things like there's a business in Montreal that's helping people to track what they need to do to retrofit buildings to do that in a quick way. And then when you talk about agriculture and how do we manage to map out for agriculture, what are the best, they do almost like hotspot mapping of where is it that it makes sense to use fertilizer, where is it so much fertilizer it doesn't make sense anymore, you might as well just plant some wildflowers there. But so AI really helping for people to know how to make best use of the resources that we have. And we do have strategies and investments that we're putting to keep that going forward. 'Cause it's not good enough to say that we have the experts or we've had the experts. We have to keep on investing in it. And so that's been most of our focus now. Is on those investments in research and technology right here in Canada.
Great. Well, thank you for that. And in researching, some notes, I came across some notes that said that the map that Greece uses for its wildfires is based on the Canadian Forest Fire Weather Index system. So there you go.
I just learned something. I did not know that. That's really amazing.
Maria, I want to sort of move along to, I think, the next topic. We're running out of time. So you're on the ground, and you're doing an amazing job providing support to victims of wildfires and devastating floods, including, you've been on the ground in Thessaly with the flooding there, and you've been on the ground with respect to the wildfires in Mati, Evia, and most recently this summer in Athens. Yes. So I welcome your insights on the impact of climate change on vulnerable populations, what are governments and local authorities and NGOs doing right, and what more needs to be done.
Thank you. I just, because I had a chat with some of you during the breaks, and I think no one was exactly informed about how impactful the devastation was on the, specifically about the Thessaly floods last year in September. After the storm Daniel, the actual numbers were scary. The agricultural devastation and the infrastructural damage in houses, businesses, we had about 35,000 cows, sheep, ornithoids, goats that were lost. We had about 1,000 square kilometers of land which was inundated, and we had 17 loss of life. I actually just returned from Brussels. We had a special meeting with a committee from the European Parliament to talk about ways to actually implement new legislation about climate homelessness and climate refugees. Because the phenomenon, as you just saw also in Valencia and everywhere, is just a route with no return. So we worked with a local community because we believe that unity makes strength. And out of a catastrophic event, Tula, I think something positive came out of it, because a lot of private initiatives such as Desmos, Doctors Without World, we all joined forces. And I have to say, with the help of the diaspora, which is absolutely life-saving in these occasions. We mobilized the local community, we went door to door, we mapped the needs, we mobilized the local community, because it's sad to say that the youth was just there idle, they didn't know how to engage, they didn't know how to help. So we put a special plan together, we trained and we included them in all our efforts. And I think the key word here is the word of trust. I believe that such private initiatives that receive zero government subsidy and zero financial support, but we are 100% based on individual donations and a lot of help from the diaspora. I think these initiatives reinstate the trust of the people to the people and eventually to the state. So with our rescue ready packs and with a lot of prevention drills, training, we went very close to the elderly people, because the population in the most isolated communities were elderly, and they're the ones who refused to leave because this was their birthplace. This is the place where they were born, and they were not going to move no matter what. And this is where humanity cannot be replaced. You need the human presence, you need the human support to take these people and support them during the transition time, when they're waiting for the remuneration, for the subsidies. And I think this is invaluable, and we should never forget how important the immediate human presence is needed in these cases.
Thank you very much, and we certainly do appreciate, everything that you do on the ground to help the victims and others, vulnerable populations during these emergencies. And I know that you work sort of in tandem with the state, and so thank you very much for all the excellent work that you do. We are very tight on time, so Julie, I'm just going to ask you the very last question, which Canada has significant expertise in emergency preparedness in light of our disasters. How can Canada and Greece work together to tackle emergency preparedness?
Well, thank you. And actually, I think that I just learned one even more today about how we're helping with mapping through AI, which is very cool. But it's good to end on that note, because when we started, we were talking about emissions. It feels very much in the air, right? Like it's but what we're talking about is all of these natural disasters that we're seeing in our communities because of climate change, and that's why all of this is so important. There's a certain expertise that we can share. There's also the most recent purchase of the de Havilland water bombers, which is an amazing technology, right? Like it carries twice the amount of water of the nearest competitor in the water bomber space, and also it can scoop out water from salt water or fresh water from a lake, so it doesn't have to go back to an airport to refill. I don't know if anyone here has ever had to drive through wildfire. I have, and it is something when you see those planes going overhead with the water. It's really something that it is shocking to see. And so being able to provide that kind of technology through trade with Greece is one way. And then also that comes with the training that goes alongside it. And more we're seeing internationally that firefighters are having to come to support one another across the country. There's a training piece, and then there's countries who are stepping up and helping each other out. And that's where, if you talk about humanity and world community, we are all in this together. And so I think it's really important wherever we can step up to support each other.
Great. Well, thank you very much, ladies. That was an engaging discussion and a lot of food for thought.
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ.
I'd like to invite Claudia Caribis.
And all women. Yeah, look at that. And the women are one of things different, right? We have a... Oh, wait, sorry. I was waiting my turn.
Thank you.
And after this beautiful panel with only women, I would like to invite my panel, only men. Mr. Philaktopoulos, Mr. Polalis, Professor Gekas, Professor Austin, and Mr. Kostis Kasanevas. Please come on stage, join me. So, welcome to the panel on the untapped potential of cooperation in education. I realize that today's forum was focusing primarily on the economic ties between Canada and Greece. However, I feel that education is an equally important pillar of growth, can be an even more important pillar of growth between the two countries. So I would like to thank Simeon and the Delphi Economic Forum, as well as THI Canada, for including, once again, education in the discussions. And it's a pleasure to be back to Toronto this year. Let me kick off the discussion by saying that I believe we all agree that cross-educational cooperation is very important through ways which both students and academics can learn, can teach, can do research across educational institutions in different countries. This can only be beneficial for all parties involved. And I think it can add a lot to many areas. It can help enhance the understanding, the international understanding among people. It can enhance the cultural awareness among people. It can also help with providing additional educational and networking opportunities to both educators and students, and enhance, of course, as we said earlier, the economic and diplomatic ties between countries. I'm not fully aware, and I would like to start with that of the depth and range of educational ties between our two countries. I can only speak with the experience I have from being at the American College of Greece, where we have seen the recent years a steady increase of students, Canadian students, or students of both dual citizenship, Greek Canadians, coming to study with us, either for a study abroad semester or for a full degree. And plus, through the help, I want to just mention the very important Heritage Greece program that we have established, and we will talk about that with Alexis again. We have established through the support of the Hellenic Heritage Foundation here in Canada, through which we get about 10 students at the American Colleges of Greece and some more going to Thessaloniki every year for this 2-week summer program. I would like to start with the same question with all the panelists. To the extent that you know, based on your experience from your organizations and institutions, what is the current status of the Greek-Canadian educational ties now? And to what extent you feel that this can be further enhanced? So, Alexis, I would like to start with you.
Well, first of all, I also want to thank. He doesn't want thanks, but we feel we feel your benevolence to have education, even if it's the last item on the agenda. Well, what's the state? The state is one that needs improvement. There are certain. There's a certain amount of traffic, particularly in short-term study abroad programs, summer particularly, and faculty-led programs in Greece. There is no real traffic, I don't think, between Canada and Greece in university-level education, university-level four-year undergraduate education.
There is some,
well,
but not enough.
Not enough, yeah. Okay.
So, Mr. Polalis.
Okay, thank you, Claudia, and thank you, Simeon, for the invitation. Actually, I was thinking throughout the day that everything said had an education component in it, and especially in the relations, but even when the reference was to the American-US elections, the bottom line is education again. So we have to grab the opportunity, and although I have spent almost all my life at the university level education, now I direct Athens College, and I believe it's a unique opportunity that this conference gives us to reach the Greek-Canadian organizations and tell you that there is a great opportunity for your children to study in Greece for a year, for shorter, for summer, and be exposed to Greek civilization. And we have programs that are in English, and we should explore that further. So this is something that we can talk individually, but we're very open to that, and I would like to grasp the opportunity.
Excellent, thank you. So, Kostis.
So let me just say what a true honor it is to be in this particular panel and to be sitting next to probably the most beloved professor at the University of Toronto, and I would say the entire country, Robert Austin. You are definitely my favorite professor at the University of Toronto.
Wow.
Truly, truly. And why do I say this? I say this because I had the privilege of collaborating with Rob in the creation of the Hellenic Studies program at the University of Toronto. And back then, it was just a long time ago. It was just a student-led grassroots movement, essentially driven by lamb, alcohol, and a whole lot of passion and purpose to bring back the Greek language at the University of Toronto. So, and I know this is going to be one of the main topics in this panel, especially I'm sure that Rob will probably bring this up. So in terms of the types of collaborations, I think that we can really look at diaspora in terms of the potential that can actually create some cross-border collaborations. And to be sitting here talking about this program is a real testament to the power of the diaspora and the power of important people and what they can actually do and help. Rob was actually the first person to take a look at me and say, I have a duty to support students. I think those were your actual words. Yeah. And it was really refreshing because we had come across a lot of institutional friction, some doubt within the community. And throughout all these roadblocks, we were able to find the Hellenic Heritage Foundation. We had support from the consulate. We had support from the institution and these important people that really believed in us. And we were able to actually get the funding and create this amazing program that is actually now thriving. So it's a true testament of what diaspora can do. And there are a lot of people here themselves that can attest to this and can really help through these kinds of important issues for education and collaboration between our countries.
Thank you. And now we come to the two professors. Maybe you are more eligible than any of us to talk about the existing ties, but I would like you, before you get into the specifics of your individual partnerships and collaborations, to talk a little bit about the broader picture, to the extent you're familiar about the ties between the two countries.
Sure, yeah. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. I'm honored to be here. It's a very important day and a series of meetings. I would like to say that, to continue from Kostas' positive note, that in fact there is quite a lot of mobility instead of, just perhaps not only at a full year program or a full degree program level, but instead there are maybe more than 10 archaeology trips that Canadian universities sent to Greece, organized through the Canadian Institute in Greece, which I think plays a very important role in this connection. It's basically the institute through which the permission to excavate in Greece is received through the Ministry of Culture. So, and then there are also, it's becoming like a sector now. I mean, Alexis Philactopoulos knows this very well, of all the summer abroad courses that we offer in various universities, University of Toronto, York, several other universities, Simon Fraser now. And then, so there is this, group of Canadian students, not all of them, in fact, not even the majority of them Greek-Canadian, who take these courses. And I think that these are some of the best ambassadors of Greece to Canada. So it is obviously, and beyond, in fact, wherever these people will end up living and working. And then there's also the other aspect of the mobility, let's say, that is becoming more and more productive in many ways through partnerships between the Stavros Niarchos Foundations, for example, and some Canadian universities to facilitate the mobility of undergraduate and in some cases graduate students from Greece to the Canadian universities, that there is a memorandum of understanding that facilitates research and training in many cases. So there's quite a few things going on. I think that there can certainly be a lot more to build on.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And I want to say thank you, Claudia, very much for hosting us. And Kostas, I have to say thank you because it's not very often you get a student to say you're the best professor in the country. But he was a special guy. And, whenever I talk about the Hellenic Studies program at University of Toronto, I tend to get a little bit emotional because it's actually my favorite program. And the reason it's my favorite is because, to Kostas' point, great group of students came to me and said, we need modern Greek language back here. And I said, yeah, we do. And then I was introduced to these guys at the HHF. And we didn't just become partners, we actually became really good friends. And I have to also, because there's some thank yous in order, and we started from nothing. Remember, Kostas, we had nothing, Claudia. When I took over, we had classical studies, as you know. We have the archaeology stuff, right, Sakis? But we didn't have anything on contemporary Greece. We didn't have Greek history. We certainly didn't have modern Greek language. So we started from scratch. And we've been at it, believe it or not, Kostas, it's now been 10 years. And I think in my career, because I've been at University of Toronto for 25 years now, and in some ways that makes me happy, in some ways it makes me feel very sad. But I think it's the most successful program I've ever run. And I've run an awful lot of programs. And I've always run programs at the University of Toronto. And to Alexis's point, we're doing really well. CYA is our main partner, in fact. But in terms of what we did was we leveraged the diaspora. That's the key thing. And the Greek diaspora is not just a matter of size. It's one of the most dynamic communities I've ever worked with. And the other thing I like about the Greek diaspora is that I work with a lot of communities, and I'm hoping not being recorded, but not everyone is so positive. Right, and something that I enjoyed with the HHF was the positivity of it. But we grew from zero to nothing, and the modern Greek language program is, I would say, the most successful, let's say, mid-sized language program we have right now. If you compare it to countries of similar size, we now have a summer program, with CYA. We have 2 field trips. But to your point, Alexis, this is the last thing. Where do we go from here? I do believe you're right. I think we need more mobility. And I think we need more university-to-university mobility. CYA is a great partner, so is College of Athens. My one shortcoming in working in Greece, and again, Ambassador Peck did all the introductions more than 10 years ago, I never made it with the public sector. As much as I tried, I could not develop good partnerships with the public institutions in Greece, and that always troubled me a bit, because University of Toronto is a public university after all. So I tried to work, but it was harder. So I ended up with the partners like CYA and others, and also we had a program in Thessaloniki for a couple of years, which was, I forgot the name of the place, ACT.
Yeah, American College of Thessaloniki.
Yeah, like we ended up
you
with...
You never tried the American College of Greece in Athens?
We had conversations, but I somehow,
Okay, now we know.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, actually this was my second question, to elaborate a little bit about the program of Hellenic Studies. I mean, we're talking about how many students annually that engage in this program, both including the trips to Athens and the visits, yes.
Well, there's 3 years of language right now, and Sakis has similar numbers. I think our numbers are almost identical, right, Sakis? Right, more or less in language.
No,
yeah.
I mean at your university.
Yeah, we're at capacity. We can't take another student in modern Greek, given the size. We're at first year 50, second year 35, third year would be enough about 40.
Wow.
Summer program oversubscribed at 40. Field trip, I take as many students as the HHF's willing to give me money for. Right, and I'm looking at Sotos and the gang like, hello, don't forget about me. But yeah, we can do more, that's the thing. And we can do more, and there's the demand for the programs. But I think we're at the best we've ever been.
And are these students of different nationalities or only?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, from
yeah,
all
as
over.
Sakis' point, it's
Sakis, your turn maybe to elaborate a little bit.
Sure, I'm glad to. I think, the numbers at the modern Greek language courses are very comparable. I mean, we're also fortunate to have the same professor, Themis Aravositas, big thanks to him for all his work. We also have at York the actual advantage of having fellowships which are for graduate students. So we have 3 domestic fellowships for graduate students, 1 for international students that facilitates research and writing and study of modern Greek history in most cases, but also Greek-Canadian history. And that couples with our Greek-Canadian archives, which is a great initiative that's funded by the Hellenic Heritage Foundation, and it's housed at York, and it has precisely this community engagement aspect that I think is at the heart of what many people here have been talking about. So it is not just staying at a research sort of lab or in the archives, or you're a historian sort of in the theater and in the library, but reaching out to people who have their own story to tell, and we have the capacity to disseminate it after we can store it and digitize it, if it's newspapers, photographs, and so on. So there's a lot of historical work that is being done through the archives, and then we're reaching out to people not just in Greece, because that would be in some ways the obvious audience, so to speak, beyond Canada and Greeks Canada, but we're reaching out to people in Greek Australia, so-called, or in the United States and Europe, and that's how we have this sort of more global reach about what we do. So we talk about with colleagues in Australia and the US, and we're finding out similarities but also differences in how they engage with their communities' past and their heritage. And I think that's something also that other people refer to. How do you reach beyond this sort of, there's this Greece-Canada bridge, but then there's sort of other bridges that are being built in today's digital world.
Thank you. Sorry, I will go to Alexis again. How then would you describe, in continuation to what Professor Austin said, your existing collaborations with Canadian University?
Well, first of all, I want to point at a person who is right here, that's Robert Peck. And when he was ambassador in Athens in 2013, his initiative was crucial. He organized a partnership forum, university partnership forum, and that was the kickoff. I mean, that was what got the ball rolling, and we are very grateful. Then a disciple took over, and that's Robert Austin, as far as we were concerned. And for CYA, he was the person who spearheaded the first program we had with the University of Toronto, and it's been running since. One was in Greek culture, then Then we had another course on global health issues. And then other schools followed up. One was York with faculty-led program again in anthropology, and then another one in the one that's been long-standing now and has been running for years, and that's the one that Psychis Gekas is running. And we hope it's going to be running for many years. So we do have these sort of steady relationships that were product of this first initiative that was launched in 2013.
Excellent. Just for the record, I want to say that, then I give you the floor, that we currently have 53 students from Canada actually studying with us, most of them at the undergraduate level, most of them doing a study abroad program, but some of them doing also a full degree with us. So, I mean, these numbers have been increasing lately. So, President Polalis, Spiro, you spoke a little bit, you touched a little bit on it in your initial statement, but you represent an educational institution that spans primary and secondary education. And what is the importance of primary and secondary education in general? And how could there be additional ties between the two countries through these levels of education, with summer programs, with 1 year abroad, studying 1 year abroad, or other ways? Can you please elaborate on that?
Well, primary and secondary education, but mostly primary education, is about values. And this is more important than what we learn in the different courses later in life. So this is quite important. But let me go back to address what is the problem before we try to find the solution. My kids were born in the United States, were living in the United States, and we realized that our kids would not be what we would like them to be. And we're looking all around, and we're looking that the kids of our friends did not have ties with Greece. So we decided to take a sabbatical, go to Greece. My kids studied at Athens College, eventually became president of Athens College, probably it started from there. And the most important thing is that they were able to mingle and make friends and understand the culture. And that was the greatest advantage, and this is what I really value. So the question is, are there any people here, are there any organizations that you would like your kids to be a little more Greek than they are? And if that is the case, let's work together and see what we can do, like Christina and Nico, that attended Athens College. They have friends, they feel Greek. At the same time, they're American citizens. They work in the US right now, but they think about Greece in the same way that I heard some panelists today to think very passionately about Greece, but being citizens of the world.
You're very correct about that. And whoever comes to Greece even for a short period of time and appreciates and understands the culture and the civilization of Greece and the beauty of Greece, they always want to come back, and they become the best ambassadors of Greece, actually. Same goes with the Heritage Greece program, but we'll come back to that. Kostis, you give guidance to many young students aspiring to enter university and find their path in life. So you are there to advise them for that. What are some challenges that arise, and how can the Canadian education system provide a model for inspiration for further enhancing these services to our students?
Okay, so there are a lot of challenges, and let me give some symptoms so that I can give some context and then come to the crux of the problem. So in Greece, we've created this educational system that seems to be a little bit misaligned in terms of skills development relative to what the labor market actually needs. And I would go as far as saying as to what real life actually requires of the new generation. And that creates a lot of problems. We have serious talent shortages. 7 out of 10 companies in Greece state that they have a difficult time finding the right talent. 60% of young adults state that they're super anxious about work-related matters. Over 40% of young adults say that they want or they're thinking about wanting to leave the country for better prospects. 30% again of young, this is all from one particular study, this is why I remember these statistics. 30% of young adults say that or they are overqualified for the job that they're doing. And for me, as a social entrepreneur in the education space, the most sad statistic is that 93% of young adults aged 18 to 34 state that they're not doing what they dreamed they'd be doing. So what's the problem here? It's the Pan-Hellenic exams. And I think a lot of my colleagues will probably agree with me that the Pan-Hellenic exams, this life-defining, super stressful exam, fosters rote memorization and that type of learning that doesn't allow for kids to develop life skills. On top of the fact that it adds such a psychological pressure on our young generation. In contrast, the Canadian system, as we all understand it, fosters a pedagogical process that actually encourages soft skills like critical thinking, problem solving, communication, leadership, all these important skills that create a society that is much better equipped to actually deal with uncertainty. Something that we have in abundance of in Greece right now. And unfortunately, I think as of November 5th, the global order has a lot of uncertainty. So how do we move on from this? We need to abolish the Pan-Hellenic exams, as I said. So
you know that this is now a prerequisite for, under the new law for tertiary education for non-state universities
to go through the Pan-Hellenic exams. It had to be done that way, though,
well.
because it wouldn't have been fair. That's a long conversation.
Long discussion.
Yes,
Please.
yes, I agree. So, what is education if not the means to which we help our kids become successful in life? So we need to start rethinking education. We need to start.
And the Canadian model can help in that direction?
Yes, because first of all, it doesn't have entrance exams, right? And it has that type of pedagogical process, as I said, that it allows for the creation of real life skills. So, and let me give an example by doing, as the system that we should create must. So let me ask you a question. What is 1 + 1?
Depends.
That's the right answer.
Right
See,
answer?
this is the type of thinking we need to cultivate in an educational system. Depends. Depends. And this was a profound realization for me. And actually, I wrote an article about this. And I actually had some praise from somebody that read this. And I was really interested that he actually, Mr. Triadafilos, right, that mentioned it. That I was at this beautiful beach in Sifnos this summer. And if you haven't visited the island, I recommend that you do. It's beautiful. And this young girl that I was playing in the sand with, she put two piles of sand together and said, "Look, Kosti, 1 + 1 = 1. So it's really about understanding that the pedagogical process is not a black and white answer process. It's really about understanding that truth can be relative. So it depends, as you said. So we need to start thinking about overhauling our education system. And the Canadian system is a good way to do so. And I think you can jump on this. I think you can agree.
I will, actually. Your uncle introduced the International Baccalaureate Diploma program in Greece more than 20 years ago. That was a revolution. This is as good as the Canadian system. And in Athens College, about 1/3 of our graduates graduate from the IBDP, International Baccalaureate Diploma program. That's why I can so freely tell you, send us your kids, because we don't depend necessarily on the Pan-Hellenics. Now, the good news is that the Ministry of Education in Greece, it's very open-minded, and we believe that very soon we're going to see alternatives. I don't call them private, I mean, I would say the non-for-profit universities, because you mentioned public and private. Actually, it's non-for-profit that it's our intention.
Non-state. Non-state is a correct word.
Non-state, but non-for-profit also. So they can be accepted with International Baccalaureate, and even in the state universities, the ministry is considering, and I don't speak for the ministry, but they're considering to allow IB diploma program students to enter. So again, congratulations to your uncle.
Yes, he did.
And you have to mention
really
that.
important work. Yes,
he was
congratulations.
ahead of his time.
He really was. He really was. So that's George Papandreou. If he was the Minister of Education at the time. So yeah, I think I would like to close with that we need to start rethinking our education model in a way that creates the type of philosophy that allows kids to question authority, to think skeptically in a healthy way, that allows the system to help kids create life skills and doesn't have these life-defining high-stakes exams that I really don't believe at the end of the day is the way to go forward to actually help kids, because the entire education system is bent over the Pan-Hellenic exams. And when I say the education system, of course, I mean the public education system.
Okay, let me go back to Saki. Saki,
Yes.
Do you believe that there are ways to further advance research between Greece and Canada? Are there already projects that are underway, and what are the opportunities for researchers from Greece and Canada to collaborate through EU-funded, perhaps, projects?
Yeah, that's right. I think for those of you who know or can imagine how academic researchers work, I mean, they do tend to foster their own collaboration and networks anyway. So, I mean, they don't necessarily need a ministry or a consulate. However, it has been very important for us here, and I speak as representing the Hellenic-Canadian Academic Association of Ontario. That has been very critical, and I want to thank the Consulate of Greece in Toronto here for reaching out and organizing webinars with people at Greece, at the Ministry of Development, that can inform us about research opportunities. I'm talking about primarily Horizon Europe, which is the best, the best funding that receives for fostering European, pan-European and beyond research, which Canada joined only last summer. And Erasmus Plus, which facilitates the mobility of researchers and graduate students and faculty between Greece and Canada, and that's going to start also in 25-26. So I think there's definitely new opportunities, which are very important. They're going to increase mobility of faculty and researchers who had it in their mind anyway, but they may have not found the right framework to continue to expand the research. On the other hand, on sort of an undergraduate level, if you like, related to what we talked about earlier a little bit, I think we should be doing more of the same. And people in this room, the HHF among them, they've done a lot, and there certainly can be done even more to support courses that are being taught abroad. But also, a model might be moving towards supporting a Center for Modern Greek Studies or Global Hellenic Studies, as we plan to call it, if that bears fruit at York. So I think these are some of the ways in which we can have even more closer collaboration and mobility.
Robert, any comment on your part on research projects or other ways of collaboration?
It's not a big part of my agenda. I tend to look at the student programming aspect. And to Sakis's point, one of the things we have to do to make things better is not just improve the cooperation with Greece, but the two key centers for the Hellenic studies are actually York and the University of Toronto. I would say these are and what we need to do, and I credit John Sotos a lot and all the guys, the team at HHF, is that we need to get our cooperation in order, and we're working towards that. Because I think between the two Canadian-based universities, we can develop a lot more, Sakis. So that's an area we really need to work on, because we have strengths in different spaces between the University of Toronto and York. So that's kind of our front in our agenda, and I think if we can bring that together to have a partnership between York and the University of Toronto that promotes Hellenic studies in all aspects. I mean, I think that's where we're going. And I want to add one more program, which is, I find we're a little bit too Athens focused. And I tried in Thessaloniki with a summer program. To be frank, it did not work. I don't know why. I remember, Bob, Thessaloniki started, I couldn't get students, but I want to do a rural program.
Rural?
I want rural. Nobody's going to go to Greece and not go to Athens. I'm not saying that, because that's just that's impossible. But I want to start something that puts people more in the countryside. I think there's something to that. We'll use Athens as our base, but there's something, and I'm very much indebted to my friendship with Steve Mitrokopoulos, and I promised him we're going to his village.
Which is what?
Which is near, I don't know, he's somewhere out there.
Castoria? Is it
Yeah,
Castoria?
Castoria.
Yes.
I'm going there,
Yes.
and that's my pledge, and I will not let him down.
It's a beautiful place.
I'm looking forward to
town.
It's even more beautiful than the islands.
Archaeology students go to the countryside a lot. Yeah. I mean, they have to.
Yes, I would even choose a small island, a remote island, to do some rural
We have to be creative. We were using roads in the summer program, but That's not quite the same, but I think there's something to be said for, you know, northern Greece and just diversifying a bit and thinking a bit outside the box. And we'd still use our existing partners, but I think there's appetite for more in Greece. That's my point.
Excellent. Okay. I'll get back to that. Alexis, I want your comment on the new legislation. I mean, the previous Nea Demokratia government has made a big effort for the extroversion of the Greek public universities, but also this current government, as Spiros mentioned, with a new law about non-state universities, is trying to open the doors to more partnerships from universities from all over the world, coming to Greece, sending students, and again, Greece being able to get all the students to study there. What is your opinion about that? How do you see that evolving?
My opinion is that things have moved a long way since Minister Kerameos made the initial initiative to internationalize Greek universities, public universities. The present minister did, of course, the next step, which was create this law that allows for the non-profit, non-state establishment of branches that are non-state, non-profit. And I don't know if Canada could profit from this. I mean, we've been speaking about Greece becoming is an energy hub now, or trying to become an energy hub, or I've been hearing the word hub and geostrategic position of Greece, making it a hub of this and that. Well, it also can become a hub for international education because of this law. But this legislation also has increased the number of, has increased competitiveness. And because of this competitiveness, now we have 9.
You mean locally or?
Locally.
Locally, okay.
And we have now 9 undergraduate English language programs in Greece. That's something that didn't exist a few years ago. 4 of them are medical schools, medical programs. It's 4-year degree granting programs. Another one is in ancient Greek studies. So things are happening. So Canadian students could possibly come to these programs. I don't see why not. I mean, the cost would be such that would make it possible, I think, for this kind of mobility. Then other things have happened. The establishment of an organization called Study in Greece has been introduced, which is there to promote exactly that, you know, the international mobility. It represents the 27 public universities. Finally, there's...
For the first time took part in NAFSA this year in the exhibition in order to attract students. Yes.
That's right. They're making themselves felt internationally. And Greece was always absent as a country. Only your school, my school, and a couple of other schools were there, but not Greece. The public universities were never represented in these international fairs. And another aspect of this legislation is that students who come to our institutions can now register for a semester or 2 in a public university. They remain our students, but they can also take courses in a public university. What does that do? It provides the home institution, the security that somebody will take care of the student, will provide the housing, will take care of the student 24/7, will provide mental health support if necessary, you know, and it's very necessary these days, and provide all these services that state schools do not provide, but at the same time, the student will be able to be in the state system and somehow immerse themselves in this new environment.
So there is a lot to be done also for the infrastructure to be fully prepared to accept all these foreign students. But I don't want to get into much detail about that. Definitely, the new law provides an opportunity to attract students and for Greece to become, at last, a truly international hub. As you said, our institutions are familiar with bringing lots of foreign students.
Yeah.
We currently have more than 1,000, well, every year we get more than 1,000 foreign students studying with us or participating.
The point is to get Canadian
But
students.
to get Canadians, more Canadians, we spoke about that. The experts spoke about that. In the remaining time, I would like to ask also very quickly, so what is the one or two things that you want to see done on the part of Greece so that you are able to send more students, or to accept on the part of Canada so that you are able to accept more Greek students coming to Canada? Professor Austin?
That's a tough question, but I think Greece is doing okay. I don't think I think the problem in Canada is very multicultural, but it's not always international. And this is something people lose sight of sometimes. I don't have, our exchange numbers are low across the board. I mean, maybe it's the same for Sakis, but I actually think the problem is a little bit more on my side of the ocean than on the Greek side. Because not all students come to, international experience as something that's essential. I actually believe it's essential. I think it's even better to borrow a bit of money from your mom or from the bank or God knows where and do it, because it's going to change your career and it's going to change your life. But I'm still in the selling mode for that, because that's not an automatic thought. CYA knows and other places know, Americans come to that realization much sooner than Canadians about internationalization.
Sakis?
I would like to follow up exactly from what Rob said. I think the problem is, from our side, so to speak. I'm quite surprised to hear that University of Toronto is facing the same challenges in terms of its convincing, so to speak, its students to travel abroad. It's become very expensive. It's become way more expensive than it was when I started offering this course back in 2015. The summer abroad course. We are sort of, in inverted commas, competing for the same apartments, different courses that CYA offers, for example. So we need some support from everyone, everywhere we can get it. From sponsors in the Hellenic Initiative, the HHF, individuals, the universities, of course. And as people will know, universities in Ontario, at least, or across Canada, they are facing tough situation. So I think on the other hand, there are very important developments when it comes to how people in Greece and how universities in Greece are changing, and the examples that Alexis provided are exactly those. So I think there's only better times ahead, with the caveat that this can become a lot more expensive and it needs a lot more support. Financial support.
We should take the opportunity to congratulate the Hellenic Initiative for establishing this year, for the first time, 4 scholarships to top students who have come to Canada to study. And this was actually agreed last year, perhaps during this forum. These students have come and are studying already on full scholarship, exceptional students, and with the promise to go back to their country after they finish their studies.
And if I may add to that, because I wasn't a member of the selection committee, they're not just students, they're stellar researchers.
Okay.
So, these are people who will have a career, and I want to refer again to the Stavros Niarchos Foundation program of funding 3 undergraduate and 1 graduate student to come to York, like they do in McGill, and they do at Simon Fraser. They funded, as people would know, a whole center there, which allows people to build their careers on that. So there are some really important...
Kostis, a final comment on what needs to be done? Or
I don't think I have the credentials necessarily to talk about the student exchange. I am somebody that was born in Greece. I moved to Canada very young. I grew up here. And then I moved back to Greece. So I kind of did the opposite thing. So I have this kind of experience of different styles of education. But what I would like to say is
do you send students to Canada? Do you
I
advise them to come to Canada?
The Greek students?
Yes.
I do. It's just there are a lot of points as a career counselors. What we do is that we look at particular things that have to do with a child. What they're looking for, of course, what the family situation is like, where they want to be. There are many important things. So I do advise kids to come to Canada. There's a lot for Canada to provide Greek students, but it's obviously much more difficult. And it's also a financial burden. And the way they view also universities is much different than they see the public education system. So we're out of time.
Okay, we're out of time. A brief comment by Spiro.
About?
About things that you want to see to be done?
Yes. Actually, it's not enough to have non-for-profit private universities. We have to develop the industry at the same time, because students want to go to a place that the whole culture, the networking, and the industry is next to the universities. It's a great thing that these universities start. We welcome it, but much must be done in order to go bigger than that.
Thank you. Alexis?
Well, if we think about mobility going both ways, I think, first of all, from Canada to Greece, somehow Canada should start cultivating the notion that study abroad should be part of the ethos, part of the agenda of university students, like they do in the United States. I mean, that would help. And when we're thinking about students from Greece going over there, I speak as a proud member of the board of directors of the Canada Hellenic Chamber of Commerce that Kostas Katsigiannis is the chair of. That chamber perhaps could approach public schools or schools that anyways have counseling officers that send students abroad, and just to convince them that, you know, Canada is a very good option for Greek students to study here. Finally, a challenge for something that Greece has to do. First of all, they have to convince the world and Canada that not only ancient studies are available in Greece. A student in Greece can study all kinds of things, like in your university, in your college. You know, all kinds of disciplines are available. Secondly, they have to, public universities have to think about the services they offer to students. Correct. And when we come to short-term programs, which is really the bulk of where the mobility is, the short-term programs, Greece has to think about a regulatory framework, about how to introduce a regulatory framework that would allow the establishment of programs in Greece that do that. Okay?
And one more thing that the government is working on, but it needs to be done as fast as possible, is to give opportunities to students to be able to work while they're studying, do internships, or even stay after the completion of their studies for a limited, perhaps, time to work in Greece, the way that Canada accepts students to work when they're studying here. And as a final point, I would like to thank you, all of you, but I would like to thank Tony Lourakis once again for starting the Heritage Greece program for Canada by sending the first students from Canada during his leadership, and the program continues, but with the current leadership of the Hellenic Heritage Foundation, and we are very thankful for that. I think, Alexis, you would agree that this is a transformational experience. This is what all the students who participate say, and this is an immersion program that offers to students, Canadian students as well as American students, most of them are Americans, the opportunity to get to know their motherland. And those, again, once again, become the best ambassadors of our country when they come back home. So anyway, thank you all for your attention. Thank you for your comments and participation. Thank you all. And see you at the dinner. Thank you, Simeon. Sorry for the delay.
Thank you all very much for coming. I think we have had a very great intellectual power, great program. Thank you all for your patience. Madam Ambassador, John, Delphi, Dani, Alexander, Konstantina, Robert, my dear Katerina, we thank you all for coming. Dinner will be taking place here at this room. We need to build the room so that we're preparing for now, and then we'll come back at 7:30. Am I right? Yes.
Fotografía, güey.
Foto. Έλα, φώτο πρώτα και μετά θα τα πει. Simeon. Είναι και ο Simeon εδώ. Simeon.